Wow, I'm a little bit late. You know, when you're looking for stuff on your computer, you lose all track of time. Sorry about being that few seconds late here. We will endeavor to do better in the future. Doesn't mean we will, but we'll try. We're still 11 o'clock, so we're still good. Hello, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good day to those in Tomorrowland. Okay, how is everybody? Did I do the... Wait a minute, hang on a minute. Yes, I did. Okay, good. Oh, yes, good time zone to all. Hi, hi. Let's see who got here first in chat today. Nevi was first in chat today. Has been first in chat 19 times. Frantic was second in chat and it's been second in chat 11 times. And then Oni Demon is was third in chat and has been third 18 times. Nicely done, guys. Good morning, Grumpy Otter. Good morning, Santu. Or good day, Santu. Leave, good morning. A drift with nothing to lose. Okay, well, good luck with that. Howdy, lurk mode. Alright, Jar. Okay. Ads have already come and gone. As everybody knows, today is our talking day, so please make sure that you add the @YearJoy to questions that you have for me. Tomorrowland is the name of a festival as well. It also is the name of a zone in Disneyland. It used to be my favorite, and then they turned it into Star Wars. So, don't get me wrong, I love Star Wars, but there was a simplicity to Tomorrowland that I actually liked. Holy Dogo Lee. Close this thing in the back here, because I was looking for something that I wanted to show today. I've been looking for it for a week now, and haven't been able to find it. So I may have to look and put it off till next time. But eventually we will get it. And basically it's some animatics that we did years ago. I may not even... No, I'm pretty sure I have them. I just need to find them. I have one. I know that I have one. Because I've used it as an example a couple times in places that I've worked since leaving Blizzard. Of how to do animatics. Nope, not there. Nope. Alright. I noticed it got that way in part of Disneyland in France. They shoehorned Star Wars in there, yeah. Are you streaming on Monday or will... No, I'll be here Monday. I will be here. Yeah, because today's our talking day, I have to finish Warcraft 2 sometime. And it looks like, depending on how today goes, if we talk a lot, then we won't play WoW, or Warcraft rather. If we don't, then instead of me just sitting here staring at you guys, I'll probably play Warcraft. But we'll see how the conversation goes. So, let's do our shirt of the day. Shirt of the day is, if you think I'm an idiot, you should meet my brother. This shirt always makes me laugh. Because my brother is kind of an idiot, or he was when we were kids. Haven't talked to him in a long time. Boop-a-doop boop. So, yes. If you think I'm an idiot, you should meet my brother. True most of my life. Okay. Does Loki have this shirt as well? I don't know. Knowing both of them, they each have one. Maybe that would. Maybe I'll give that. That's what I'll give both of them. I'll give them the same shirt for Christmas, both of them. That would be hilarious. And then make them wear it to holiday holiday festivities. That would be funny. Boop, 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 boop. Family humor. Every family has their set of jokes that they do. I think that's true of every family. And it's just I know that unfortunately, I said some jokes to Thor on his cast, or let's say family humor on his cast, and it caused trouble for him, and I'm sorry about that. It was over the birthday thing where I was giving him a hard time because he missed my birthday, which happens. I mean, as you get older, and you'll find this out, sometimes days just get away from you and you forget. But my point on his show was that it was funny. But there's some people that were actually very mean to him about it, and they shouldn't have been. Because I said it because it was funny. It didn't hurt me it didn't hurt me. It was just funny. So yeah, so that gets a little bit crazy, but yeah, this is today's shirt. Today's movie is Home Alone. Home Alone 1990 was made 35 years ago. An 8-year-old troublemaker must protect his house from a pair of burglars when he is accidentally left home alone by his family during Christmas vacation. That makes Home Alone a Christmas movie too. That and Die Hard. Yes, Die Hard is a Christmas movie. I will say it forever. The movie starts with the Christmas song and ends with the Christmas song. It's a Christmas movie. It's pretty much that simple. All right, we also have our albums of the week, which we're going to do. Okay, let's get the first one here. The first one is the Pixies. Let me get my list over here. Sorry. Doop-a-doop-doop-doop. Boop-a-doop-bum-bum. Where to go? I know it's in here. Because it's hard to read on the screen when... yeah. Okay. The first album is the Pixies, Do Little. Released on Monday, April 17th, 1989, 36 years ago. A year before Home Alone. Let's see, Pixies, the songs include Debaser, Came, Wave of Mutilation, I Bleed, Here Comes Your Man, Dead, Monkey's Gone to Heaven, Monkey Gone to Heaven, Mr. Greaves, Crackety Jones, La La Love You, number 13, baby, There Goes My Gun, Hey, Silver and Gouge Away. Really, really good album. If you don't go by my terrible reading of the titles, but it is a really, really good album. The second album for this week is Marvin Gaye. Marvin Gaye's What's Going On, released on Friday, May 21st, 1971, 54 years ago. The songs include What's Going On, What's Happening, Brother, Flying High, Save the Children, God is Love, Mercy, Mercy Me, Right On, Holy, Holy, Inner City Blues. Debesh. Oh, cool. I'm glad you like him. And then obviously today in our album section, there'll be a link to the full album from YouTube, which I put up every time every week when we put these up. So those are fun. Those are fun. Happy Freya Day. Is today Freya Day? Oh, Fred, I get it. I see what you did there. Okay. Okay, so those are our albums. Yeah. And we are back. All right. So what do you guys want to talk about? What would you like to talk about? What subjects do you have? I can pull some funny pictures up. Well, not funny, but pictures. Oh, here, I was going to show you guys this. Let me see if I can get this to work. Let's do image. Did you have a good week so far? Yeah, I mean, the week was fine. We got brand new brakes on Freya's car, which was cool. So now she has more stopping power. Oh, one thing that we talked about earlier in the month was my character on South Park has reappeared in a commercial for ice, which was hilarious. So we have him in all of his glory here. This is him. Ah, that's way too big. I'll just make a new image. Let's just throw that up. Pull him. Have him before and after. That's him. His usual setting. And then they made him an ice agent. So they made him like that, which just cracked me up. Yeah. Did you have a good week? Yes, I did. Okay. So that was hilarious. You know, the humor is I love humor. And I did kind of look at him him at the time. I mean, I think Trey captured the essence of me quite well. This was me while we were there. Yeah. I can't really get away from that one, can I? Let's see, there's also, this was me actually wearing the shirt. This was when we stopped for some lunch before going in because we were working lates. But he made me bald. I didn't want to be bald. Bald was not what I'm going for. And then all the versions of me. These are all me as a resident of South Park. So you see these in the background. I'm a background character now and then. I think I've at last count, because people write me when it shows up. Is at last count there were 19 episodes. This one was in. These guys are in. Oh. And then of course Jared, the first person ever to cosplay me, and he was a really nice guy. I really like Jared. This is at BlizzCon. Let's get here. Let's go over there. So I don't know if I talked about these things, but let's see if we have them. Let's see. Yeah, okay, we can do that one. Down here at the bottom, that guy in the blue jacket with the lone brow is me, before I found out I was allergic to hops and beer. That was me in 1970s. Let's see, what about you? About what year? It does look like the 70s show, doesn't it? That was 1970. Would I ever go to BlizzCon and cosplay my character? I do every time I go, because it's just who I am. But yeah, that was me in the 70s, and then me in the 80s looked like this, because I was basically Rick Ocasek. Okay, there's a similarity. Any idea why they didn't allow repair for mechanical units? the kettles. I have no idea. I suffer with that all the time. Also with it just, yeah, that bugs me to no end. I wish we could fix those. If Blizzard gave you the rights to make a movie about one of their universes, which one would you pick? I think it would be StarCraft, in all honesty. I think Warcraft is overdone a little bit. But StarCraft, I think there's some rich story there that should be put out, that can be mined for some good stuff. Did I miss a question? No, anytime I go to BlizzCon, it's mostly just to hang out at Joy Ray's bar because it's fun. So one of the things that we did is when we got the campus, we wanted to put a statue in the middle, which was the orc on Wolfback. And a lot of people said, "Well, how did that work out? How did you guys do that?" And it was funny because this is what the image actually, this is what it ended up looking like. This is a picture I took one night because I just thought it was cool. Sorry I have to resize these, but all these images are all different sizes. So there is the orc on Wolfback, who lives in the square. Was there a time in your life you had a beard other than the present? No, never. In fact, I could never, it literally, yeah, I never had a beard. It just, no. It wasn't until much in my 50s, late 50s, early 60s. I'm still in my early 60s, but technically, no, just the last 5 years or so. Last 5 or 6 years. Yeah, the statue's pretty cool, but there's, so it was funny because before it was put up in the quad, they had come and prepped everything, and it was supposed to be there for New Year's. It was supposed to be up after we got back from New Year's vacation, Christmas and New Year vacation. And we came back and it wasn't there, but what was there, someone had taken their statue, the one that I have behind me here, and put it on a pedestal, which was absolutely hilarious. This just cracked me up. So when everybody came into work in the New Year's, this was in the middle of it, and someone had put it up there, and you can see it. Like if I take this down, it's basically this one here that's behind me right here, which is just absolutely hilarious. So I think it was about 2 weeks after that, they actually showed up with it to put it in. Let me see if I can find those pictures. They're in here. I just want to make sure I put them in order. So this is them taking it off the truck. So this is from Weta. It was sent from Weta in New Zealand to us, and this was the day they put it in. So I came out and sorry, and this is the truck. This was them putting it in the truck at the docks, the loading docks. Okay. And then them pushing it in, so you get to see the wolf's butt. One wolf butt. And then this is what it looked like when it was delivered. And all the equipment and cranes. Yeah. And then, yeah. I had to strap them down pretty good for being made out of brass. They were very, very gentle with it, which actually was kind of cool. And then let me see. There is one where they're... I wasn't able to find the pictures of them with the crane, lifting it on the crane. But that's how it kind of turned out. So that was that was a fun day. And then in the circle around it, each of the points is one of the core values, the Blizzard core values. What were these for? Just got there. Just got here. This was just the statue that was put in the middle of the quad at Blizzard. And some pictures I took on the days that they were putting it in. You know, so we're just talking. One is a big and intimate, while the other is a small and cute. Yeah. So, but this was also the statue. Like I said, it's the statue that's behind me. That we gave out. Every single employee at the time got one. This one here. I think it was 2007. Yeah, 2007. So that was a big day, though. But what's cool about it is they had to come out and clean it so it wouldn't turn green like the Statue of Liberty. And what they do is they heat it up and put wax on it. So they brush hot wax into it, which is kind of cool. They were just a gift to employees, in all honesty. Brains. Gotta let them go. We've lost peoples. What was your favorite thing to work on? Everything. Yeah, that's a fair but unfair question, because here's the deal: is when I'm working on something, I'm working on that, and that is the funnest thing there is. And that is my favorite thing in the moment. Usually when I work on something and I'm finished, I don't think about it again because I'm thinking about what I'm doing next. So I can get very, very locked in. It wasn't until after I left Blizzard that I stopped and thought about what I had done over the last 24 years prior. And that's when I went, oh, wow. You know, because I was too busy in the moment doing what we do. You know, and then that's also why I give the advice now to everybody that every year, stop, take the time and write your resume. And it's not about looking for another job. It's about stopping and celebrating what you have accomplished for you. It's not about writing a resume to go find another job, even though if you want to go find another job, find another job. But for you, stop and acknowledge what you've done over the last year. Write your resume is the perfect example of it because you're focusing completely on your work and what you do. So that's what I would say. In fact, I should have probably said that while the zombies weren't going, but so we will wait, and I'll try to say it again. It'll sound a little bit different, but it'll have the same meaning. So, yay. Because kind of in the text here, we kind of say we're not going to talk about anything critical while you're away. Yet I always end up doing it. So, brains. Okay, so to answer Adrift with nothing to lose. What was your favorite thing to do at work? I didn't have a favorite thing. What the basic thing is this. I 100% concentrate on what I'm working on at the time and don't think about what I've worked on in the past. Once it's out the door and it's delivered, I don't think about it. Just don't. So what ends up happening is you don't realize all the things that you do. So what advice, and I didn't until I left Blizzard in 2014. And at that time I stopped, and that's how I got my post-it wall was I stopped, and that for the first time ever stopped and thought about what I had accomplished and what I had done during that time. You know, and it was part of my, as a friend put it at one point. It was part of my 12-step program for leaving Blizzard, is to go through it all. Mr. Blah, thank you very much for the follow. To go through everything that I had done, I just realized what it all was and how much it actually was, because I wasn't paying attention after it was done. So what I do now is sorry, I have a mosquito bite on my thumb that is just driving me crazy. What I do now, and the advice I give now, is to everybody for them to stop every year, whether it's on your birthday or make it at the end of the year, whatever, and write your resume and write down everything that you accomplished that year. You're not writing the resume to get a new job, even though if you want to, that's fine. But you're writing the resume to acknowledge to yourself what you have accomplished. And it's really, really helpful. And it also helps you build in yourself your true value. And because a lot of people don't. I mean, I didn't think about it. I just went, okay, that's done. Let's go to the next thing, you know. By the time people were congratulating me about South Park, I was already 3 projects away. By the time they said, okay, that BlizzCon was great, I was already 5 projects away. So there were times when people would come up and say, hey, the thing you guys did was great. And I'd have to ask them, what are you talking about? What thing are you talking about? Because it's not me being rude or trying to get them to say it for ego purposes. It's because I don't know which project they're talking about, because I'm 5 projects away. I'm 5 projects deep into something else. All the things we did because we thought they were going to be cool at the time. I say all the time, and people that have worked for me will verify this for me, is bring me cool shit. Let's make cool shit. That's the only thing that's important. You make cool shit, people come and hang around and stuff like that. As I learn this format and stuff like this, I still have a lot to learn here to be able to make cool shit here. And we'll get there. I'm told that I have 1 year to get it together. So we have a couple more months. So we'll see how that goes. I hope I answered your question. No, I don't have a favorite. There are moments in time where I think back and go, yeah, that's very cool. I think the South Park thing was very, very cool. I think that, there's so many. I think most of the accomplishments are things that I think are very cool. Probably nobody outside the company would know about. Like, I'm very happy that I was able to get a theater built, or a presentation room as they call it at Blizzard, so that we could watch the movies that we make and stuff like that, as well as just have better ways to talk to each other and stuff like that. I'm very happy about the teams that I've built, all that same. Overnight build. You answered it wonderfully. Okay, thank you. Right, Dick. Overnight build. If you make it cool, they will come. Yeah, pretty much. The thing is if you take Warcraft an example, or any of the early games, we were not making games to. In all honesty, we weren't making games for the masses. We were making games that we wanted to play. And that is just how we did things. Let's make games that we want to play. And those are the ones we made. For the theater, you showed us the photos, yes. Yeah, that was the original concept, yes, was my wood framing of the theater. That was so much fun. Let me see. I think I have it in here. For those that didn't know, I don't have it in here. But what I did was the first... maybe I can find it real quick. It would be in here. Let me look under photos. Oh, yeah, here it is. Okay. So we had a presentation room in the cinematics department this was back in building 131 behind UCI before campus. And we had a huge meeting room that we didn't use in the cinematics department. And I had the idea to build a theater in there, a presentation theater in there. And I made the suggestion and all that, and I was told no, we're not going to do that. So then I came in from midnight till 4 a.m. and pretty much built risers. So here's some of the risers. Here's some of the pictures of the risers and stuff, and just pretty much built the whole thing out because it was fun. And I bought the 2x4s. I bought everything myself, put it all in, built the risers, then went and bought some basic carpet for it, put some stuff on it so that it would hold. Because we had to hold very big, had to be able to hold very big gaming people. Because gaming people can get quite big. So all the risers and then carpeted that. It's actually turned out not too bad. Unfortunately, I couldn't find a picture of this one finished. But we put red velvet curtains all the way around. We put a projection box in the back in the center. I didn't have a screen, so I gessoed a piece of canvas and used it for the screen. And when we were going to show Mike Morheim the Warcraft 3 cinematics for the first time, the finished Warcraft 3 cinematics, he came to Matt's office, and he goes, "Okay, let's see him." And well, let's do it in the meeting room. And we walked over to the meeting room and opened the door, and Mike got mad and said, "I told you not to do this." And we're like, okay, well, everything's set up, so let's watch the cinematics and then we'll take it apart. And I would have taken it apart, so the cinematics played. We had a 5.1 surround sound system. We had the screen. We had everything, except for popcorn. And lights came up, and we were sitting behind him, and he sat there quietly, and I'm just like, oh, I'm going to get yelled at. I'm going to get yelled at hard. And lights, and he turned around and says, "Okay, this is cool. What do you need?" And he bought us a projector and a real screen and all that stuff. And when we moved into campus, Paul Sams came to me and says, "What do you want?" I go, "I want a theater." And he goes, "How many people?" And I go, "It's got to be able to hold at least. I wanted to hold 250 people." He goes, "I can give you about 100." I'm like, "Okay, you got it." And they built the presentation room. It had to be called a presentation room because the city of Irvine wouldn't let us open a theater there because the rules changed. Yeah. Oh yeah, there's a lot you can do in a short period of time. Also, if you're just determined. The best part about it was it took me a week to do that, and nobody knew because I did it from midnight till 4 a.m. and then still showed up for work, still did my job every day. But sometimes, and I always tell people, sometimes you have to show people how cool something can be. You can't just explain it to them, because in my particular case, I'm lousy at explaining cool things, but I can build it and show it to you. At the time I didn't, because of a stepfather I had. We used to love to bash our heads together, literally. I had a little bit of brain damage and wasn't able to sleep. So I only slept at that time from the time I was 14 when I got my head smashed together, and then into my 50s, I only slept 4 hours a day. When I got into my 50s, it turned to 6. And now in my 60s, it's about 7. So I'm not known for sleeping. Yeah. But the funny part is, if I close my eyes too long, I can fall asleep anywhere, anytime. You know, it was a problem for my ex or for Thor's mom, because she would sleep 8 to 10 hours a day. I would only sleep 4. Did you ever think about the multitudes of people's lives that you have affected through your work and contribution to Blizzard? I did not think of any of that until BlizzCon started. When BlizzCon started, the idea for BlizzCon was twofold. Number one was so that our players could come in and meet us, but also so we could meet them. Because I think that when you're in a position of making games and stuff like that, that it's important to meet your players and do that. We had no idea we were going to affect this many lives. We had none at all. The only thing we knew, we were making games that we thought were cool. And we were very, very lucky. Other people felt the same way. And that's awesome. You know, and what a lot of companies forget now is that in doing that, you're building a lot of trust. And your players trust you to bring them really cool stuff, as well as really good stuff. You know, they trust that you're not just going to pump something out because it's there. Oh, I can make millions of dollars on this, I'm going to do that. No. That's just no. If that is your reason for getting into games, fine, get into games, but you're not going to last too long, and the public isn't going to trust you. And the whole goal is to get the public to trust you, and to trust that you're going to give them a high quality product. Mm-hmm. Sorry, I'm looking at other directories here that might help. Okay, we talked about that. So no, at the time of doing things, no, we don't. I never thought of, oh, we're going to affect so many people, because we didn't know. You know, when we made Warcraft 1, it was okay. When Warcraft 2 came out, you know, the 200,000 units were sold, you know, which was a big deal back then. When Warcraft 3 came out, a couple thousand people showed up at Fry's for the midnight release. And yeah, but when WoW came out, a few months after Warcraft 3, 7,000 people showed up. It was astronomical. We're just like, it freaked us all out. Because we thought it was just going to be another signing that was go in at midnight on release, sign up a couple thousand boxes, you know, talk to some people, you know, but get out of there by 2. You know, we were still signing boxes at 6 a.m. So no, we had no idea. So, long ago. But our goal was just to make cool games and go from there. Make the fun games that we wanted to play, and make them the way we wanted to make them, the way we wanted to play them. I worked at Fry's in North Dallas when Diablo 3 was released. That was an interesting night. Yeah, it gets... The Fry's in Orange County, in Fountain Valley, was just... I remember when WoW launched, I was still playing Final Fantasy 11 at the time, and the server pop was finished. Yeah, we expected 1 million players the first year. We got over 1 million the first month, and didn't have the servers to accommodate them all, so had to stop selling the game. And the IT guys had to build servers like crazy. I don't know if you can hear the sounds of cement in the back. So they finished the houses on that side of the street. Now they've moved down to over here, and they're pouring the cement foundations for them. So I've turned the noise cancellation up enough to hopefully you can't hear it, but it is there. I can hear it. That is for sure. I'm trying to see if there's a... Oh, that was from the book. Old t-shirts, pages, okay. Let's see if we can pull that up. See that. Alrighty then. So here, oh, I didn't. Yeah, that's up. I'm gonna show that. I love living in a still building. Yeah. So here, I'm gonna make this the right size here. Right after StarCraft 1, this was the whole cinematics team. This was when we first started the actual cinematics team. This was all of us. Way back in the day. So if we start on the top left, that's Stu Rose in the glasses. Then Ryan Sousa. Then me, of course, in the top in the white shirt. And then to the far right is Nick Carpenter. Bottom left is Matt Samia, then Scott Abeda, Sharon Shellman Anderson, and then Harley Huggins. But we were the whole cinematics team way back in the day. The very first cinematics team. Now there's 200 and something of them. They got up over 200 people working on cinematics now. Why, thank you. It just happened to be the shirt I wore that day. But this is also one of the proofs that I can't get away from Jason. The kid looks like me way too much. Poor kid. I feel so sad for him. Both he and his brother, different years of my life, they look like me, so I can't I can't talk myself out of it. I can't say, oh no, they're not mine. It is mine. Now, if we go back even further, this is the original Silicon and Synapse team. This was Blizzard in the very beginning, the first 12 of us. This is when we released Lost Vikings, which is on the screen in the middle, right below my face. Yes, one of the few times you see me, I did wear more white shirts back then. So, yeah. This is also the first time you'll see Samwise with the short hair. Ray looks like Bob's big boy to me. He's right here in the front, on the left. Yeah, we played through it. We played through Lost Vikings and Lost Vikings 2. Yeah. Boom, boom, boom. Let's see what else we got in this here contraption. Yes, the bubble level gave me a really hard time. I do think I'm gonna, we talked about this a little bit yesterday, I think I'm gonna cut up the gameplay stuff and run them on weekends, just so that that, and I think the idea that was this is Saturdays show dad jokes and game dev, and then on Sundays rerun playthroughs of the games that we've done in the past, because we've done quite a few games at this point. You know, this is my favorite picture of Sam. That's it right there. Yeah, I thought he looked good. Yep. There was a definite resemblance in my mind. Mostly because it's funny. I'm sure you can see this one. This one. We'll hold that off. We'll hold off on that. Load time. I'm just waiting for zombies while I'm looking for photos to talk about. Okay, zombies are running the show. Oh, we could do that. Over here. Yeah, we can show those guys. Finding pictures. All right, 9 more seconds. Right. Okay, so in we talked about the night WoW released. And this is a picture of me, Sam, and Chris showing up at the WoW event at Fry's. So, yeah, so that was the night that World of Warcraft was released. We had gone out for noodles beforehand, and we're drinking cold and warm sake back and forth. That was fun. And then here's some of the... We used to play Neo Geo during lunch. And so we have Mickey Nielsen to the left, and then Sam Didier, Stu Rose, and then Roman Kenny on the right. They're playing Neo Geo. That's what we did at lunch. That and played Magic Gathering, of course. So see us always playing Magic. That's me there in the white shirt, and then Frank Pierce above me, and then Alan Adham over there. Too much fun. Oop-a-dope. Let's see, what other... Me and Sam way back when. Oh wow, that's a huge image. Me and Sammy. Let's see, there's the guys with Matt and Trey while we were working on South Park. Me relaxing at my desk. This when we moved back to MacArthur. So this was when we were working on Lord of the Rings Amiga. We did here. Sega Lost Vikings we did here. But as you can see, I was the king of fashion back then. I mean, I had it all. You know, and those were computers back then and monitors, so those were 386s with CRT monitors. It was really cool because you get a nice tan from those monitors. So they were good. And then if you look in the background and in the bookshelf, there's cars. Those were all the cars they bought me to model the cars for rock and roll racing a few years before. And I still have them. They're in storage, but I still have them. Nice shorts. Thank you very much. I think I still have them somewhere. I think they're in storage in California, but I think I still have them. But this was your basic computer setup back there in the day. This was probably around... Okay, this was before... This was during Blackthorn. Yeah. Because we had taken Frank out to the field behind this building and we're filming him, and then Stu Rose did the rotoscoping for the animations for the character in Blackthorn. Yeah, so I had my little whiteboard down there. I had my cars. What was funny is the play area for this particular building was literally right behind you when you hit to the right. So that's where our game area was. Unfortunately, I don't have a picture of it here. Let's see what else we got in here. It was a later version of the cinematics team as we were growing. This was the Warcraft 3 cinematics team. Sorry about the size difference, but yeah, images come in different sizes. Yeah, so that is these are the people that brought you the Warcraft 3 cinematics. Yes, I doubled by that time. Thanks for noticing. Yeah, so these guys were all pretty cool. Really talented people. Doesn't mean I always agreed with them, but they were talented. Here's another image from the WoW launch. Oh wait, no, this is the War 3 launch. Sorry. War 3 launch outside Fry's. No, you're fine. But I did too, but thanks for noticing. Yeah, the size now of that team is literally over 200 people. I think there's probably over 300 at this point, but this is This is the recording studio at Skywalker Ranch. This is where we recorded. I think this was a 60-piece orchestra we were recording here. This was the gate for Skywalker Ranch when we first got there. And then Lucas's private pond. No, I didn't imagine they would grow that much. Did not have any clue whatsoever we were going to get that big. I also have, where's it at? I think it's in photos. Let me see here. So this is the walk up to Lucas's house. The pond is on the right, but you can't see it. But this is us walking up to the house. You can see the house in the background, but this is Lucas's Valley. And on the left is Russell Brower, then Chris Metzen, Nick Carpenter, and then the hippie on the far right is me. This was about 10-15 minutes before I insulted Lucas and accidentally, our sarcasticness insulted Lucas. And then here's me and Ozzy when Ozzy came and played BlizzCon. It kind of looks like the pond in Creepshow. It might be. Yeah, it might be. I'm pretty sure he probably used it and or rents it out. I have a t-shirt that did some contracting, orchestrating work at Skywalker Ranch. Oh, cool. Yeah, so this is Ozzy, and then another one of me and Ozzy. He was a really fun guy to work with. He was a guy great. Here's Jack Black when Tenacious D came out. And this is my team. This is the Machinima team. No, this is the video post-production team. So it was after Machinima had moved on to other departments. What else do I have in here? Oh, the walk. Because you got to when we were at Abbey Road Studio for recording of the Heaven Choir for Diablo 3. We did the walk. And even though I was the one that's supposed to have their shoes off if we did it right, Tristan took his shoes off because I was not taking my shoes off in that street. But I'm going to do it. And then there, let me see if I can find a picture of him here, because I know it's here. Where is this one? Yeah, here it is. So it's the photos to talk to. And this is Russell in front of Abbey Road. Russell Brower was the lead composer for Blizzard 10 years and head of the sound department. And amazing human, very talented. If you ever go to Disney World in Florida and you ever go to Epcot Center, he wrote all the music that's in the Epcot Center there. Sorry this image is so big, but here's Russell in front of Abbey Road. I got to go to cool places. That's all I can say. Here he is inside Abbey Road. Yep. And then we talked about this next person. This is John Kurlander, who sadly died about 3 months ago. But he was an engineer for all the audio recording for Blizzard. But he was a contractor. Originally, he worked at Abbey Road Studios for 40 years. He worked on some of the biggest albums ever. So he worked on Dark Side of the Moon. He worked on Jeff Wayne's War of the Worlds. You know, he worked. You name it, he worked on it. You know, and it was funny because we were at Abbey Road, and he came to me. He goes, "Can you do me a favor?" I'm like, "Sure." He goes, "Can you go with me down the street and take my picture in front of the building?" I'm like, "Sure, no problem." So we walked literally 3 blocks away. He stood in front of the building. I took the picture, and I go, "What is the building?" He goes, "Oh, I was born here." And he was born 3 blocks away from Abbey Road Studio, and that's where he grew up. And then he worked at Abbey Road for 40 years, 40 plus years, and then retired and did his own company for engineering and did all the sound engineering and microphones and recording and all that stuff for all the stuff that we did, for all the orchestras and stuff we did. He was amazing. Plus, he was hilariously funny. Oh my God, I had some of the best stories about huge rock stars and stuff like that. And I couldn't, he was just a real nice guy. And I was very sad when he had, when he passed away. Yep. Okay, what else is in this directory? Oh, there's this. This is Jeff in front of the house at Skywalker Ranch. I think he's still at Blizzard, and I think he's still way up there in the cinematics team. I just haven't talked to him in a long time. Jeff Chamberlain. Yep. Here's Rocky on the bed. He likes to blend in. Then this is Jack. It's a huge picture though, apparently. All these pictures have not been formatted for this. I guess I should run them through a filter or something. Jeez, this is taking forever. Let's do it this way. Let's make this at least give us something that we can work with. But this is Jack. Yeah, that's better. That's Jack. Weird of me to ask, do you do autographs? Someday I would love to have a signature of the original Blizzard crew to hang on the wall. We have. I mean, I've done them in the past. I usually do them like at BlizzCons or at we used to have signing events and stuff like that. I know that when I go to Raleigh next month for Video Games Live, Tommy Tellerico has asked me to sign some stuff at the table after, you know, so at the meet and greet stuff. So I'll be doing that, but I have to call him and get the particulars on it, because I want to make sure that I am prepared for whatever he wants to do. Let's see, here's baby Jack when he was teeny tiny. He thought he was sneaking up on me, but I got him. So I can show you naked guy photo. That's funny. This is naked guy photo. This is as we all went to, I forget what amusement park it was, but I'm right here, and then there's naked guy. He wasn't naked, he had on shorts, but it was so funny that he looked like a naked guy. I didn't hear what you said. I'm lots. Yeah, this was one of the team outings. Well, most of the girls at the time wouldn't get on this ride because right after this, you go down and literally it throws, you get a wave of water all over you. So that's why he actually went down to his shorts because he left his clothes at the in a plastic bag so that they wouldn't get wet. Some say he was the smartest one, but if I remember correctly, and let me look closer here. I think I'm wearing you don't know Jack hat is what I'm wearing. Yep. You don't know Jack. Too funny. Oh, there's Mike. Harley. Scott. Frank. Oh no, there's a girl. Yeah. Too funny. Naked guy shot. He just searched for a good excuse to do it. Yeah, probably. But it was funny. That was all that mattered at the time, is it was funny. Let's see, is there anything else in here? No, we talked about those. We went through all those. We can do some of these, maybe. I thought I had these set up before. Let's see if I can get that directory again. Oh, close that. Nope. Well, there's that one. So here is me and Jason when he was 3 months old. Yeah, he was 3 months old. I was a very skinny kid back then. I got over it. And yes, that is a gorilla behind him. It was a Halloween costume party. And on our dad joke section where we have the Pandaren, this is what the Pandaren face looks like close up. This is me as a Pandaren. I thought it turned out okay. It wasn't perfect, but I thought it turned out okay. It was my first attempt of a cosplay for me. Although I had helped many people with cosplays before. I see that you tried to feed him to the gorilla. Well, I tried. But this was my attempt at a Pandaren way back in the day. Let's see, we covered all those. Here's another Jack just for giggles. Well, I was still learning, but here's Jack's eye. There. Jack was awesome. Jack was my favorite cat. Bean was my second favorite cat. Why, thank you. Yep, that is me. Me is a panda. This is also me, which cracks me up. That's me way back. This was when we were making Warcraft 1, about that time. Well, I had a bamboo pole and some a teapot and some other stuff hanging off of it. I haven't been able to find those pictures, though. I'll have to find them at some point. That's me when we moved to MacArthur, over on MacArthur. But this is where we worked on Warcraft 1, the very first Warcraft. No, I don't think it's a jar of Nutella. I think that is vitamins, actually. But no, it's not Nutella. Different things in the back. I still have all of these. All the different versions of us. Nutella is good for dipping peanut butter filled pretzels in. Nope, not Nutella. I don't think that back then, it might have been a thing. I don't know if Nutella was around back then. Here's everybody playing Magic on the floor in the office. This is what we did at lunches. Speaking of snacks. Yep. So the guy down here in the bottom right corner, that's Glenn Stafford. He wrote all the music for Warcraft 1. He wrote the music for Warcraft 2. His son wrote the music you're hearing right now. Assuming I turned it on. I think I turned it on. Yeah, it's on. Yeah. Yep. Entrance to Blizzard. When we finally got a gate. Big thick knit. I mean, those pictures of the game time. Based on The Office, this is when we were working on Warcraft 1. So yeah, it translated into some pretty good vibrations and good work. A lot of people did some really cool stuff there. You know, I've talked about when we had the paintball war with Interplay, and how the night before, Alan and I went over and painted Interplay's door with Blizzard. That was so fun. And then the next day we came and beat them at paintball. But this was Interplay's front door. We wrote Blizzard across it. The absolute most hilarious thing is that white square underneath the Z is Alan Adham's business card. And the next day, while we were at paintball with Interplay, Brian Fargo got a call from his security team saying somebody vandalized the building and they couldn't figure out who did it. But we taped Alan's business card to the door. But we beat them. We beat them, so ha. That's all that mattered. See if I can find. Thought I saw it over here. No. Oh, there it is. Okay. Go back to here. And here is us playing paintball the next day after we beat them. In the front there, the two little kids are Thor and Loki. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was fun. It was a fun day. When we used to have to build our own desks. I'm here in the front. And then Mickey Nielsen's in the back. Oh. Yeah, I have a lot of middle finger pictures from the 90s. That is full show. Oh, here's one. Let's see if that one opens. This is from the 70s. I am in that picture. This was my 76, right in that area. The freshman football team at Dana Hills High School. Yeah, one color was optional. The uniforms were white and blue. The letters were blue. Yeah, I am the only one with glasses. That is true. But I was a defensive end because I could move quick. I could put my hands way up high in the air. What else we got in here? Oh, I don't know if they still put it up, but at Joey Ray's bar at Blizzard, there is our founder photo that's on the shelf in the background. Football dad before it was cool. We're talking way too long ago. I do not know why our bot doesn't like the word hillbillies, but okay. Here's my basically my setup I have here now. Let's see if I can resize this a bit. So yeah, there's my current setup. So where we're sitting now. Our Nintendo system on the left there. All kinds of battery backups. I have replaced the lights in the far back recently. No, in this one there's only one webcam. The other one was the square one replaced the round one. The round one actually isn't connected to anything. You mean the big screen in the middle? Yeah, it is a G9. Because we have that, and then we have my, where is it? My PS5 setup's in here somewhere. I'm an old nerd who lives in nerd world, so let's see, it's not in here. Nope. The only thing I have is oh, here's the machine we're on, because I had to rebuild my machine. I think the one in that picture is the old machine. This is the new machine, the one that I just finished building a while back here. That's the one that I use for streaming. It has a few fans. And it's water cooled, which is it's the first machine I've ever had that's water cooled. And this is my sled. This is where I play Gran Turismo. Yeah, it's my 5-string bass. A little Ibanez toy. Let me see. I don't know what the serial number is on this screen. Let's see if I can find out what it actually is here real quick. No, it is not an Alienware. It is the I believe it's the G9 Galaxy. Could be wrong. No, that's it. The Odyssey, sorry. The Samsung Odyssey G9 is what it is. Yeah, it's quite the screen because I have it all sectioned out for all the stuff we're working on and stuff like that, and it takes up quite a bit of rooms. But that is the home setup right now for this show. The only difference is one computer's changed out. Well, it's also running, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. It runs 5 computers. Total setup with everything is 5 monitors. And then there's 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 NAS systems of some kind. But the trick I was working on lately was trying to get Diablo to play on a single window for so we can start streaming it. So as soon as we finish Warcraft Beyond the Dark Portal, then we will start playing Diablo, because I finally got that working the other day. So it is now playable, which is great. So that'll be fun, because we'll get away from the RTSs for a little while. Play Diablo. Okay, so why so many? Let's go back here. Okay, blah, blah, blah. I see Bluey. Yes, Bluey is in there. I like Bluey. That's a very good cartoon. Nice to meet you. Do you have all your older computers, or each does different things? The 2 main computers are hooked to the center monitor, and then the side monitors run the other computers. So, like the computer to the left, which is off right now, is usually my computer for trying to evaluate stocks, is what it does. But since I've set it back up, Yahoo has blocked us from getting any data, so I have to work that out. The one on the right, the main function of that computer is to capture things. So like things from my Plex system. So like if I have a movie or something I want to capture. So right now, I just bought a movie because Frigg's daughter was reading the book, and I told her I would put the movie in the system after she finished the book, but I can't find the movie now. But it is Ender's Game, because she just finished the book for school, and I thought, okay, cool. I'll put that in the Plex system, and then she can watch it now that she's finished the book. Does streaming bother your eyes? Yes, it does. I want to start streaming. Well, I was having a lot of problems with my left eye, with the standard, the lights that you see in this image, in the image that we're showing, those ones up there, in the top, against the walls. And I just changed them literally last week to what they call feel-good lights, which mimic the sunlight, and that seems to have helped my left eye considerably. You know, because I think my left eye did not like the lights. So, and I said last week, make sure you find lights that work for your eyes, because you're going to be staring, you won't be staring directly at them, but they will be on your eyes constantly. And it seems to me that the feel good healthy lights are or feel happy lights, I think they're called. Let me see if that's what they're called. Yeah, happy light. I just found a set that were stand-ups that I could put behind the monitors, and those seem to make my eyes happier. Don't get me wrong, I'm waiting for new glasses, because we had to change my glasses out, and they went to the eye doctor last week, or yeah, it was this week actually, wasn't it? I don't know, sometime in the last week and a half. And then, no, it was last week, because I went back for pictures of my retina this Tuesday. So, but yeah, so I got those lights thinking, okay, well, maybe the problem is that because it's 32 Kelvin is the original lights that I was using, I believe. No, those would have been soft lights. 54 Kelvin is what those lights were, and I don't think they were good for my left eye. Yeah. So I found these, and they were on full stands. And for right now, they seem to be working. The only problem is, and I'll take this away. And I showed this the other day. So these right now, these lights are at 20%. Or yeah, 20%. So they're at 20%. If I put them at 50%, that's pretty damn bright. But if I put them at 100%, that is just like, man, did not expect that. But probably better for me. But they are. I mean, they are imitation sunlight without the UV radiation. I have mini hourglasses. I have one right here, in fact. I like them. No, because it doesn't have the UV, it's not going to give me a tan. But I do have to get behind the desk and move them back a little bit, and then take the other ones out of the way, because I think that the other ones are about 1.5 feet behind the new ones, and I want the new ones in that position, so I'm going to have to get behind the desk and crawl up underneath there. Yeah, well, 32 is usually a nice warm light. But other than that, I mean, I have a basic camera, which is, what is it called? Let's see. That is not the right one. There it is. See, Igato? Yeah. Which is the something pro, blah, blah, blah. There's a guy, and I don't know his name, and I apologize for that, but there's a guy that was making, when I started in November, was making videos. Yeah, El Gato. And it's the, let me see if I can get it from this other thing. If the camera goes out, I'll come back, but hopefully it won't go out. What is Elgato Facecam Pro is the camera that I'm using. It seems to do a really good job. But there's a guy that has a streaming masterclass. See if I can find. Oh, there he is. Okay. Yeah, there's a guy called on YouTube called Senpai Gaming, and basically I went watched his masterclass, streaming masterclass thing, which at the time he had 4 videos in it. Now I think he has a lot more. I'm not seeing it now. Why is it? Oh, shoot. Now, oh, he has 14 videos in it now. When I watched it, there were not 14 videos. But yeah, I have not watched all these later ones. But I took a lot of advice from him on the things that he has in his training programs. No, it looks like he hasn't put one up for a while, though. Unless I'm reading this backwards. How to set up 2 PC setup fast. Okay. I guess he finished. I guess I have to go back and watch him to see all the things I did wrong. But there's a lot to learn. Between that and streamer bot and speaker bot, which is the one that lets you guys have your voice, and all those different, and then Nightbot. There's so many things that I've learned over the while that keep things going. I know Freya has major issues with the brand. You mean Elgato? As in issues with the equipment, or issues with the brand, with the company itself? Mr. Martha. Devil King, you say, I know Freya has major issues with that brand. Because that's the brand of the camera. The microphone, I think, is a Beak. Yeah, Beacon. B-E-A-C-N, Beacon. This might be me overthinking, but I like how you want to learn and like it. You seem to have a process or an organized approach. How do you usually go about creating a process to learn something? In all honesty, most of the time I just jump in, and the process comes later. It's like a perfect example. The setup for this show, right, is I have, in fact, I can show you part of it, I think. I think we've talked about it a little bit before, but I have a spreadsheet that keeps everything on track. And when I mean everything on track, I mean everything on track. Let me get the Excel here. So hopefully this will show up. So let me open that. So when we look at this spreadsheet, right? Let me make some adjustments here. Let me look at this spreadsheet. so we can see more of it. Okay, so today's date, right? So the first thing this thing does is we change the opening for today, but it tells me what I would put everywhere. So if we go here, it tells me it's Friday the 29th. It's our 5th show or our 53rd week. It has the announcement that goes into the announcements page for the stream information. Has everything, and this is the setup. These setups here are for both the Twitch one and for the YouTubes. So these are the setups. The next thing it does is it gives me the things that I have to put up for when we're going to do dad jokes and stuff like that. So all that's pre-written, and where that comes from is from this over here. Let me find it here. Boop 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 boop. Let's see, gotta move over. So if we go to, where's my data sheet? Here's my data page, right? So this is what writes that page. So it updates all the dates automatically, does all those things, you know. We're on level 12 of the orc for Beyond the Dark Portal. So this is all the data. This is also our schedule. So anytime I need to update all this stuff, usually if it's just changing dates, it does it all automatically. And then it builds these things, which is what you see in that other thing. So here is the YouTube greeting. Here is the Twitch greeting. Here's the Discord announcement. Here's all the Discord announcements. And then it just breaks them down into this kind of sheet and then transfers it to the other. Another one is for our albums. So like here we have today's album was the Pixies. Here's all the information on that album. Here's the Marvin Gaye. Now where this comes from is from this page here. All the ones in blue are ones that we've done already. All the ones that are in white we haven't done yet. But in order for me to set up that thing, these are all the ones we've done. So tomorrow or for next week, in fact I could do it now and show you. All I have to do to update this is grab all this like so, and then do a data sort that I have already set up. It's set by put the ones with the color last, and then the top two will be next week's albums. So if we go back to our data sheet, these are all now changed. These have changed to the top two. And it does it all automatically so that we just have it. And it kicks it to my main sheet. So all I have to do is go to these and go down here to, where's it at? So it already sets it all up. It already does all the formatting. Everything's ready for next week. So that's how that's done. But that's done for everything. So if we look at dad jokes, we have our dad jokes, and it actually writes the code for Excel or for After Effects. It writes me the code. So if I go to my main page, all I have to do is, for the code for the dad jokes, is literally just copy this section and into After Effects, as well as these pieces here, which tell me which ones have the proper dad picture, which ones have the panda picture, which one has the cute dad picture. All that is written every day for me, every single time we change them. Same thing for movies, where movies are done with color coding. We have 3 more left in the stack we have, and we have another 30 in line, which is the ones on the left here. All I have to do is just change the color. So if I change this and change that, it automatically picks the next movie. And it randomizes it. First, it sorts it. If we look at the sort, it sorts it by color first and puts all the ones with blue at the bottom. And then it sorts it by a random number over here so that I always get a random number. So technically, next Monday's movie will be Logan's Run. You know, and that also is automatically put into this section too. So if we go down here to movie, here's our shirt, here's our movie. It's already set up, all the things are put in. All I have to do is just copy it over. You know, so it's just, but it started out as me doing it all by hand and saying, okay, I can't do this by hand every day. This is going to drive me crazy. The same thing with the raid tests is here's our raids that we do every day. So I just set it up to do it for us. So I can mark off who's online first is basically how it works. Then the second one is whether I've put them in the poll yet or not. And then just how many votes they get. You know? So that's how those work. It's pretty simple. It's just, I just set it up as a thing because it's easier for me. You know, and then this back here was just, these are previous votes. It's basically, we have a revolving 6-week previous vote setting for breaking ties. It also gives us an idea of how many people on the list aren't getting any votes and should we have them in. So right now we have a couple who haven't had any votes for the last 6 weeks, but they've only been on our list for say 28 days. So I make a 100-day mark where if you've been on our list more than 100 days or 150 days, we haven't decided which one yet, and you haven't got any votes, then more than likely you're probably not online the same time we are, or you leave before we do, you know, because we do take suggestions from people. So what'll happen is at the end of this 6 weeks here, I'll look to see who has 0 votes, and I'll move them down to a lower level down here, and just give them another couple weeks to do. But it'll make our list shorter and easier to manage, because there's a couple people here that we could probably take off, you know. So we'll see. Like here, Peter, he used to go by another name, but he changed it. But he's been on our list for 253 days. He hasn't had any votes in the last 6 weeks, so more than likely he'll be taken off, you know, et cetera, et cetera. So there's just it's easier to start something and then figure out how to make it better than to just assume you know all the right things from the beginning. You know, another one was, it's in the time needed to ban someone or time someone out, there's a lot you have to write to do that. So I wrote a page that just does that. So if I have bans and times outs, I can go up here to this list and literally just put your name in. So I can say, okay, we're going to time out Billy Bob, and we're going to time him out for, I have a pull down. So whether it's a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, or a month, I can do the pull down. And then the reason, we can say bad dog. We'll just say bad dog. So it writes the code for me that all I have to do is copy and paste it into the thing, and then it'll time Billy Bob out. I have to, obviously there's some space issues, but what we can do is just do that. But this will write it for me, and then I have the same thing for bans, you know, and then for looking up who users are. So I can, if I put your name here, then I can say, okay, who is this guy? But this writes the code for Billy Bob to be banned, or to be timed out. But we can also bring him over here. If he pushes it too much, then we can just bring him over here and say, okay, Billy Bob is banned because he's a bad dog. Yep. And it writes that code, so all I have to do is copy paste that, as opposed to trying to hurry up and type something. But it also takes care of all the overhead stuff, because it's just doing a stream, there's a lot to it, you know, and especially because I've added a lot of things in there, like the dad jokes. We do 20 dad jokes every day. You know, that leads to thousands and thousands of dad jokes. In fact, if I show you, let me open, let's say, go to used. This is our, oh no, I thought that was going to open. Let me open this. So these are all of the dad jokes that we've already done. dad jokes, um, pub quizzes. So if we start at the top at 1, this is all of them we have done. 2,000, 3,000. Let's see, did we make to 4,000 yet? No, we're at 3,344 dad jokes that we've already done. Yeah. What are we doing? We're just going over how we do silly things. Poor Billy Bob. Well, Billy Bob was an asshole, so don't feel sorry for him. Never mind, let's go. Huh? So yeah, but as far as your thing about learning, I love learning new things. You know, it's just like when I was trying to figure out how to get Diablo to work in a window was pretty tough to learn, or pretty tough to figure out. However, once I got it, oh my God, I was just so happy. So now, like I said, once we finish Warcraft, we can start Diablo, and it's going to be good. That cover is so iconic. How long to set a sheet like this? Minutes. It didn't take long at all. I mean, if you're talking about the one for, because this kind of builds itself as you're adding things. So if you see on the bottom here, it says riddles, pub quizzes, dad jokes, and then all. So part of the searching process for these is we have our complete list here, which is let me pull back a little bit because you'll see there's the answers are there as well, and the highlights are ones that are possible repeats, because you want to go and see if they're repeats. Like in this particular case, this one probably is. So let's go to one of them, this yellow here. So all of these have the same answer, right? But it doesn't mean they're repeats, so we have to look at the questions. Okay, one of them is a repeat. What country was the highest number of vending machines per capita? So 2 of them are repeats, so we would remove one of them, you know, but it would still highlight it. And then where did sushi originate? So all of them, yes, are Japan, but as you can see, 2 of them are repeats, one of them is not. So that one will probably 100% be a repeat. Yep. See, so it looks for repeats. And then what you can do, and God, let me see. The trick is, I don't want to show you questions we haven't done yet. And these 3 here are full of questions we haven't done yet. And they compare, they are automatically compared to this list to highlight those kind of things. Same thing as it highlights here. It highlights it on those screens as well, so that I can kind of get an idea of whether we did them before or not. But it is not that difficult. So if we go back to our other spreadsheet, our altogether spreadsheet, and we look at the one for banning people, go back to that one. So if we go to bans, this spreadsheet was a piece of cake to set up, because all you're really doing is you're saying, okay, I need basically to have the timeout. This is filled in with the name of the person that we're going to time out. Making this, validating this with a pull down literally took like 2 seconds. These are so easy to make, and here's our numbers for that. So it's using this as the pull down. So we can just copy that in there, you know, and we'll give this guy a 2-week pull down. Oh, well, yeah, I moved it. I shouldn't have done it that way. Oh, no, it's right. I just need to open that. Okay. So there's our pull down, and then just type in the reason. Then here, what does it say? Reason. And then the name. And then the only thing you have to do is literally go say equals concatenate. Concat these. And there's your code. stems from wanting to learn good Google Sheets, and I don't know how to approach it because there are so many ways to do it. Well, now, and I haven't used it yet, but now the Google Sheet stuff is really cool. It has some really cool features. The thing I don't like about it is, God, how do I put it? I like having things on my computer. In Google Sheets, it's not. It's in the cloud, and there's always a possibility something's going to go wrong, or I'm always worried about, I'm old school. I want to be able to say, save. Where if you're using a Google Doc or Google Sheets, it saves automatically, which is good, but I'm old school and I want to know that I hit the save button. I want to know that it's on my local computer. I want to know that I have access to it. I have no problem copying it up and doing all that kind of stuff. I just like the control of having it on my my computer. And there's times when I'm working on stuff that it accidentally gets turned into my OneDrive, and it drives me absolutely crazy. So yeah, so there's some things out there that are still on my OneDrive, and I go to look for them on my computer and can't find them. That drives me batty. But let's see if no, that's all just sorting stuff. Okay, we're fine. Recommendations: look for classes that give you certifications. You learn. Yeah, everything for Google and for Excel, all that stuff, I learned on my own. It's not as hard as you think it is. You can get by with some of the just basic commands and formulas. And if there's a formula you don't know how to do, you can say, okay, ChatGPT writes great Excel formula. Absolutely great Excel formula. You know, if I don't know how, if I'm working on something in Excel and I don't know how to do it, I just go, okay, write an Excel formula that does this, that takes everything in column or cell A1 and puts it in A2 and removes blah 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 blah. Because like even for the dad jokes, I have a formula that ChatGPT wrote that if I copy a bunch of jokes from a text somewhere, and it will reformat them into the format that we use. So it'll remove numbers. It will take just the question and put it in a cell. Then it will take the answer and put it in another cell. And then that will build out to our what we use. So when I say that that for the dad jokes, it writes the code. I'll show you where that code goes real quick. Go to game where to go? There it is. So if we go to dad jokes, let me see if we can get this to work. Sometimes After Effects will work in this, sometimes it won't. Okay, good. So if we just cut and paste the code that we made in thing. So here is the code that it makes. These are all the dad jokes, right? In the format created by our spreadsheet. And then let me move this over here. And then if we go over here, then we have here, this is the code that other thing writes that tells which picture to put in the cell. So if we're looking at that cell, this code tells it which picture goes in that cell. So this is the one that is for cute dad. This one is for panda dad. This one is for proper dad. And then these are the cell numbers, which that spreadsheet automatically builds. And that automatically build is just absolutely silly the way that works. So let me show that real quick. We'll go back to that spreadsheet. So if we go back to this spreadsheet, close that, open that. the code that I'm talking about is actually pretty simple code. Let me see if I can get back to here. So if we go over here where our jokes are, this is that same code right here. And it tells me that for cute dad with the pigtails, question 1, 16, 22, 28, 34, 37, 40, and 58 all have to have the cute dad picture. The question stems from what do you learn Google Sheets? Yep. Yes, learn everything. Learn everything you can. Revenue growth is then adding prices for every time I buy. Yeah, prices are changing quite a bit right now. Okay, so as you can see, this does, and it says at the top there, this is our cute code. This one is our panda code, and what frames pandas need to be put on. This one is our proper dad code. And if we go to our dad joke section, up here at the top, this is where it gets that information from. So these are actually calculated by this formula here, is what is, oh wow, I screwed that up. Stop, thank you. So what that does is, in our jokes, it basically, let me go down to these ones down here. So this letter here, where it says R, J, or Q, this is what tells it which picture it needs. So when we get to the top and we're putting in new dad jokes, then it'll say this dad joke is a proper dad joke. This one is a question. This one is a riddle, and then it will update that spreadsheet, that matrix, that array, and then use that to build our code for. It builds this code. So this is built directly. That is built directly from this over here, from this letter next to the joke. This letter over here next to the joke tells this section over here which jokes use which.
Any Nunham says, hydration reminder.
Yeah, so that feeds this array, and this array writes the code for telling After Effects which picture to use. It's silly, but it keeps me on track. And then all I have to do at the end is at the beginning of each day is just go to that main page, copy the first section over here, copy this first section that's up here. Oh, sorry, this is way too small. We copy this first section into a notepad, and that's what I run the show from. So if we go to the notepad now, that is my notepad. Oh, it doesn't come up on here. Oh, because this is oh, it should still be a window though. Okay. Oh, there it is. So my notepad, I turn that off, and then this is just what I run the show from. It's also where I keep my notes and stuff like that. So This is Friday. You know, if we did dad jokes, those would have been the dad jokes. And then it also tells me everything that I have to do that day. So after the show, I have to remember to put the shirt of the day on Discord. I have to remember to put the movie up on Discord, but it fills it all in for me. So it's basically a copy paste thing. And then these are all the things that I have to do for the to back up the show and do all that stuff and to name the shows and all that, as well as pull all the different transcriptions down. Also, it reminds me to set up the dad jokes for the next day. You know, and then here's our albums, because I got to remember to put those up, you know, in Discord. So, yeah. But this just keeps track of everything that I have to do. So, and then as I do them, I basically do this. I go, okay, that's done. So, done. Okay. Technically, these are all done because all those announcements were made. Boop. You know, then we haven't done dad jokes. We probably could if you guys want to, but this day is the last Friday of the month, which means you guys decide what we talk about. I hope that answers your question and gives you a little insight into why. Is for my thing is I will start doing something. And then as I'm doing it, I will figure out the more optimal ways of doing that. So instead of me having to type something for Discord, for YouTube, or Twitch, I have a system that automatically types that stuff for me so that I don't have to do it. Yeah, I've always been a jump in kind of person. It's like a perfect example is our game dev stuff. Is someone asked a question and just said, if you were going to do this, how would you do it now? And I'm like, okay, well. And I go, okay, well, first thing we'd do is do this, and then we'd do that, and then we'd do this. Yeah. Yeah, overthinkers do that. As we do have a tendency that if we think we can think something into non-existence. I think that's the best way to put it. You know, sometimes starting is the worst thing. Starting is the hardest thing to do. But if you get in the habit of just starting, it actually works out pretty well. Yeah, so like I'll use this as an example. As I worried that I put it off for a year. Well, technically, I put it off since 2014 doing this stream because I originally came up with the idea for this stream in 2014. Then ended up when I left Blizzard, and then ended up getting a job in Houston. So I went to Houston for a couple years. Then came back and was going to go, okay, I'm going to start the stream. Then ended up getting a job in Cambridge in the UK. And I was there for 4 years, came back about a year and a half ago, and then procrastinated and talked about, oh, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this. And then finally in November, I'm like, look, I'm just doing this. And I just started. And we lost the first episode because I thought it was recording and it wasn't. But, you know, even Twitch didn't even have it, which I'm just like, what? I thought, but people were obviously on and were watching. You know, but from that point on, it's like, okay, yes, there were a lot of problems, but there was a lot of time to solve them, and we're still solving them. You know, and we're still working on what we should be doing and how we should be doing it. You know, but for the game stuff, I didn't know how to use Game Maker Studio, but I opened Game Maker Studio and started trying. You know, went and found some tutorials, you know, but because we had our original stuff put together in Miro, I'm like, okay, I have a goal. There's my goal. Let's move forward. Let's go. What do we need to learn? Okay, we need to learn Game Maker Studio enough to be able to make a game. Okay, at least a basic game. And found tutorials for that, you know, and just kept looking for stuff, you know. And now we have our cute little game. It's not perfect. It's got a ways to go, but you know, I'm actually kind of happy with it for something that I technically only work on, really, other than fixing code that I don't understand, because it takes a long time sometimes to do that. Technically, for the fact that we only do it while we're online, we only work on it while we're online, it's not that bad a thing right now. It actually, I'm actually quite proud of what we've been able to accomplish with it. You know, for not, well, I have the advantage is that I know game development, you know, from the standpoint of doing it in the past. I had a disadvantage because I'm not a programmer. I understand the logic behind it, but I'm just not a programmer. So learning that it's been a tough road, but by the same token, we got kind of a game out of it. We got story base out of it. You know, it's not a bad thing right now. And though it does at times feel like I just want to punch myself in the head with it, I'm actually not unhappy with it. Let's load our. We're not going to load code up, but we'll look at our current standing game. Let's see if we can get it in this window so we don't have to switch over. Yep. Okay. There it is. Oops. Move that down. This is not the screen we usually show this on, so. All right. So for our basic game, it's not a bad thing. So let's go to our start, and our start area is kind of up here. So we'll run up here real quick. Gonna get chased. So this is where our character will usually start. You know, and we've started putting stuff in. It's like, okay, he picks that up. Get some golds. Woohoo! Come over and save this guy. Oh, and crashed it out. That should not have crashed it. Oh. Oh well. I guess we got a bad save. Something crashed, but oh well. I feel like having those thoughts are pretty normal when working on creative projects. That's always going to be something, some self-doubt on the way or another. Yeah, I mean, that's, you just have to kind of power through that. Did I think I loaded the wrong version. Yeah, I did. I loaded the wrong one. I'm like, this doesn't look right. This is the right one. Yeah, this is the right one. That was funny. All right, so that will now work. That should now be the right one. Yeah, so we can run this while we're talking. Alrighty. Yeah, this is the right one. So We're still building this area here, so none of these buildings do anything. But we can go back here and hang out with the peoples. We can go into the... You are doing game dev today. Yes and no. No, we're just talking about projects and jumping into them, and why you should just jump in and go and not just sit and talk about it. But I was talking about this project here where we literally just jumped in and didn't know what we were going to make or anything like that. We just did it, and that was that. But we're not doing any game dev today. We're just talking about it. We could maybe do some later if everybody gets bored, but go all the way back. So yeah, so we have all kinds of stuff here now. We can hit that and get some. No, we probably have to put more versions of it in there. Let's see, what's our inventory? Oh, we have 3. So yeah, they're coming out. We're just picking them up as fast as they're coming out. Ah, there you go. Mine. Oh. Yeah, what you have to do is you have to, if you are waiting to start something, give yourself, for lack of a better way to put it, give yourself fake date goals. You know, and just do it. Just go, okay. You know, I can go and find, I need to have 7 of these before I can start. Okay, well, do you have 1? Yeah. Well, then start. You know, we've come a long way with this. It's turned out very, very good. You know, and now once we get the once we get our mines built, we can start plotting out all the other stuff that we have to do. Because there's quite a bit still. But I didn't know how to code all this stuff before. I know how to do this, and look at this, we got this. You know, and now we can go, okay. Woohoo! We can build the fountain back up with the otter. And boom, we have the fountain. Yeah. Now we can wash our feces. No. Then the fountain will help us put these guys all together when we get these. Right now we just have people standing next to it. So like for Thor, his spirit animal is a sheep. For Freya, her spirit animal is an owl type thing, etc., etc. We've just put the spirit animals in because we're learning that. It's like, okay, cool. That's what we want to do. Not sure where we picked up matches, but we have some matches. But yeah, so I just went in and we just started building stuff and saying, okay, it's not all together yet. It's not all work, but everything works. You know, like all the characters. So I was thinking, okay, when we first started doing this, I'm like, okay, I have to run all over the world to test things that were changing. And I'm like, that's a pain in the ass. So I came up with this idea, and I don't know if this is something someone else does, but it's just like, for me, I'm like, okay, well, I'll build a testing room that has all of the things that we can do and all the people. Move that. So we run into Steve at the very first level. That's the one that crashed when we used the other thing. So these are all the things that our character has to interact with, all the people he has to interact with, in order to go from level 0 to level 1. You know, so I went, okay, well, I'll just line them up along with all the stuff we need to do that, and this will be our testing room. And what's cool about Game Maker Studio is because these characters are already out in the world, if it works here, it works there, which I thought was awesome. It has made a lot of progress. I have to love-hate relationship with planning. Well, sometimes planning can be a pain. Just jump in and do. Because the amount of time that you're wasting thinking about it, you could probably have whatever it is you're trying to do done. I'm missing a lot of his progress on this. It's getting there. You know, so once we had this set up, then I'm like, okay, well then we could, and I'm having so much trouble with this thing down here because I'm trying to create a place where you can save things. But for some reason, when you leave the room and come back, though your inventory saves, so like our regular inventory, the chest one doesn't, and I'm trying to figure out why. So if I go out and come back in, his inventory is still there, but the chest is empty. And it shouldn't be. It's just, it's supposed to have stuff in it. So I'm working on that. That's what I'm working on. But while I was working on that, I'm like, okay, well, we need to keep moving forward because inventory's been, I spent way too many weeks on inventory. So I'm like, okay, let's start building our mines. So we had already had this area. We had already had our village set up, which is this, with all of our peoples. So there's people in all these buildings you can go talk to and do things. If they're high res, it means that we've already put quests on them. If they're low res, it means they're just sitting there. So yeah, so now we've just built the uncle's house and the mines is what we just built. So all of this you can walk behind. You know, you can go through the gates. There's nothing in the uncle's house yet, so there's nothing there. There is a back door to the uncle's house here. And then there's the mines. So we built the mines out. And so now we have our mines, or we have some of them. And we did, in this one, we did drop some animals in there just for attack purposes. But I'm like, okay. So we're just building out the mines, doing our thing. Woohoo! And right now, I think we're up to level. I think we're up to a level 11. So we only have about six more to go. But yeah, just jump in remodeling my bathroom, even though I had an idea I was doing. It finally almost done, but it would never have been if I kept planning. Yeah. It's an otter, not a beaver. It is an otter because it's our moderator is Savvy Otter. So we made our helper in the game an otter because it's funny. Yes, jump in. The only thing you should be wasting time on is learning how to do what it is you want to do. You know, and that's not even wasting time. That's learning how to do what you want to do. And that's huge. You know, there's a lot of things I don't know, but I'm willing to go out and learn what I need to learn to get it to work. And it will not be perfect every time. Sometimes the outcome is crap, in all honesty, but the amount of stuff that you learn from that crap is huge. I mean, absolutely huge. Obviously, these levels are not populated yet because we're still just doing the background artwork for them. But you get the general idea here. I don't have the map up, so I'm just kind of wandering around. Ah. Woohoo! I think this is what we were working on last, which was, this is 10. Where he has to come back to go over. No, it's not it. It's not the right one. Going over this way. Nope. So yeah. Back in the day, digging into old PC games, I have seen testing rooms. It makes sense. Oh, have you? I have not. That's cool though. But I like I like the idea of the testing room because we can set up a testing room for every level, and then we can populate the levels, and then have it just know that it's going to work. I mean, it's going to have to be tested without a doubt, but if it works in the testing room, the odds of it working in real world, like the fountain thing, I made it work in the testing room first before I even got it to work in the real world. And when I went to the real world, all I did was just place the objects and it worked. And that was pretty freaking cool. Yeah, we never had them in our early games, but most of our stuff was RTSs and stuff like that, so never had them. How do you animate that fountain? Oh, I can show you. As soon as the zombies are gone. In fact, I'll be right back. As soon as zombies are gone, I will show you how I animated the fountain. Okay, come on, zombies. Let me get the fountain animation up in After Effects. Where are you at? Where are you at? Oh, there you are. And zombies. All right, let's close that. Okay, so what I did for the fountain was this: there were several problems with the fountain. One of them was getting everything to match because we had to rebuild the fountain. By the same token, we had to rebuild it to where it's not jumping all over the place as each piece is added. So let's go to After Effects, and yeah, you should be able to see that now. Okay. So the first thing I did to make the fountain work was build a piece that puts it all together, you know, and then that is for the build itself, and then saved each of those off as sprites, and then as the quest is being done, we're changing the value of. I'll show you that in a minute. Okay, then for the fountain animation itself, it's basically the basic particle system in After Effects. So if I do here, it's okay. Bloop. If I run it, it's just the basic particles. You know, and I can make adjustments to them. So we have several layers here that we can do things in. You know, all this stuff is all put together and easily done in. So here, this part here alone is the spray. Everything else is just background, and this is, in this you handle everything. So let's close all these so they're not in the way. So if we go to effects here, everything for this effect is here, and we can actually go up and open it up here, and we can make adjustments to it any way we want. You know, and it's just basic. It's just a basic thing, and so it gives you your birth rate, how fast they're giving birth, how much splash, all that kind of stuff. You can set all that stuff in After Effects, and this is just using Particle World. So it's a very simple program. You can set a bunch of stuff up, and it's just a plugin, you know, and it comes with After Effects, and you can do anything with it. In fact, this is the same thing I used for the cannons. So if we do, if we open up the cannon, let's see, where's the cannon one? Or, oh, confetti, this one. We close that, and then we did the same thing for the cannons. So when our cannons blow out, that's basically what happens. Let's put the background on it so you can see. So it's just a quick particle system. Same thing with our train. So I did the train. So this is everything. Here's our main train. But there's a bunch of stuff in there. So there's like the smoke. So it looks like there's smoke. There's the guys dancing, you know, all that kind of stuff. You know, then we have just the Vikings. So, oops, I didn't want to do that. So this is just the Vikings dancing up and down. So we have them. Then I can use that as a add-on on top of the train. Then this is just the caboose and the guys on the caboose. You know, so I just set up those separate animations, and then here's our little sidecar guys all by themselves. You know, then them on a thing with the turning wheels, and then this was our Vikings running for the raid when we get raided. So that's the Vikings coming in. And then we use the regular Vikings coming out from the effect. So, and we'll get to that effect here in a second. I think this is just that's something else. That's just our Vikings. Okay, then we have our glow. We have this effect. And all it is us bringing the one set in, and the other set just takes its place at the end. And then that's used as the background for that. And then this is our pre-comp of the Vikings coming in running. Our render queue, and then the pre-comp of our regular Vikings coming in and going, because they overlay each other, and then at the whirlwind it changes Vikings. So yeah, so it's just literally going in and just futzing around with it and making it work. You know, it's pretty simple, but you know, I realized that I'm not your normal human when it comes to this kind of stuff, because I've been doing it for so long. Okay, let's just do that. But the fountain is literally just a standard particle effect that has settings so that it comes up and out. So okay, but that's it. That is all it is, just particles. Dive into the head first, unless you have, okay, unless you're doing, okay. Something for, I never noticed the Yearjoy logo on the train. Yeah, well, the train goes by pretty quick. So yeah, the Yearjoy logo, I put it on there because I thought it was cute. But it is main train. Yep, it's on there, but it's tiny. When it's on the screen, it's real tiny. The caboose has it too. Yeah. You also don't notice the Vikings or the Yearlings that are inside the windows jumping up and down either. They're there. We also have numbers on the cars, so if you see there's a number right here. And the reason there's numbers there is because we've only, for the hype trains, we've only reached level 9, so there's 9 cars. You know, if we ever get beyond 9, then we'll add cars to it because I just think that's fun. You know, but we also have a nice steam engine with some smoke. The smoke is just another particle. Let me see if I can find it here in the list. Where are you at? Did I name it? I probably did not. Okay. That's it. Oh, it's got to be up there at the top then. Gray. We need to try it behind. There it is. So that is also just another particle, and that uses particle playground. So the smoke for that is particle playground, and it has a life expectancy. Yeah, it's cool stuff. Dancing Vikings jumping up and down. So I originally made these guys for the for when new followers come in and stuff like that. Those assets look awesome. These assets like this, the Vikings were actually made by Savvy Otter. She did a fantastic job on them. She sent them over as icons that she thought that we could use, and I animated them for my own evil purposes. So he's at 800%. Let's just make him 100%. He looks terrible close up. Oh, yay! But there's been, like, the caboose was kind of cool. Let's see if we can get it in here. That's just it. Just them rocking out. Raids coming in, which is just the, yay, turning them into yearlings, as many as we can. We'll see. But yeah, all these assets here were made by Savvy Otter. And then I made some changes, like this one, to put stars on ours. Yeah. And then the train was just, I went and looked for trains online, and then made them more cartoony. I don't think I have, I probably do, it's probably in the same directory. Let's see if it's open, project. Don't save that in case I touch something. Show graphics. Let's see. Where did I put? Where's the train? It's under animated emotes. Okay, so like here's our eyeball roll that you guys use. And this was kind of fun because I actually used nulls for it. So we have our eyeballs. This in the middle there, you'll see that that's the null for the eyeballs. And wherever I move, oh, that's the actual center one. Oops, let me change that one back. I want the other one. Where is my eye rolls? My eye controllers is what I'm looking for. I think it's that one there. Yeah, it's that one there. Ah, dang you, fit. With this one. So anywhere I move this, the eyes will follow it. So setting up animations for the eye rolls was actually kind of fun. So he can look at Drew, or he can roll his eyes, and it's just putting keyframes in. So if we go undo on that as we're going, you'll see that that's how our eye roll is done. That's how our blink is done. Because we need an eye roll. Because it's funny. That's how I did them. And then let's see what else is in that directory. Oh, our warning. I tried several different things for the warning, and I ended up doing this. So you can see it's a 3D, but that is what we use in our chat if someone is not being kind. Then you guys use this to draw my attention to them so that we can do something about it. Let's see what else is in here. Oh, the rock and roll racing stuff. So we're doing little things for rock and roll racing. When we were playing rock and roll racing, then this one you can't see. Let me put a background on it. Here's our pterodactyls that you guys see whenever I need to do a pterodactyl. It's just silly stuff. Then Viking attack, which is the emote that you guys use all the time. We have our our Viking rolling shield. Our rolling shield. And then the boats. I haven't finished the boats. I haven't had a chance to finish them up, but we do have boats to go in with the attacks. Then Viking attack 2, which is a straight on. And then our jumping Vikings, which are also handled by nulls as well. So if we stop this, you'll see the nulls here, these red boxes, and they control different Vikings. So we can make them jump up and down. So if we, that way we don't have to animate each of them individually, we animate the nulls, and then the nulls are what their motion is based on. It's actually kind of fun. It's fun to actually do this stuff and figure it all out. It's just fun. Same thing with this is our Vikings themselves are attached to nulls. So you see this red line down here? That is this null that controls this Viking, which pulls him forward. And then each of the others is the other ones being pulled forward as well into a 3D space. So it looks like they're running forward. Woohoo! And the idea was that they just got off the boats and they're running into attack. But we have to get the boat. I haven't had a chance to get the boats. And it's just the rendering. Yeah. But that's our stop sign. That's our warning stop sign. Which spins in 3D space and all kinds of other stuff. It's kind of cool. It has a couple. It has a null as well. So if I can see where's a null, where I put it. So there's a null there, and I think it's in the middle. If I remember correctly. But it's teeny tiny. What's this one? Spinner. I think this was. Oh, this was just the. When people come in as subs, this was the energy field that was behind Odin. I think I want to change that. I need to do something better for subs. But I made it a long time ago, so it's been a while. Eye roll, pterodactyl, warning, yeah. What else we got? Emotes, I don't think we have any. Oh, those are all just PSDs. No, we don't have any animations of the otter yet, because I do have to do some animations for the otter for the game. The thumbnails. I think that's just the basic thumbnails, isn't it? Yeah, this is kind of what we're doing. Oh, this is all this stuff for the what we're doing, what we're working on, all that kind of stuff. The credits for the different things. You know, the opening rooms, like today's thing will be for an open forum, which is what we're having today. And this was for when we had our reruns. Yeah, so all the different screens, I would set them up beforehand to where all I have to do is render out a whole month of them. And then the only thing I would have to change occasionally is the icons. So if we go to the end of this, so we're right there. No, we're not. That's July. We're in August. We're further along than this. This may be this may be an older thumbnails, but you get the idea. You just set them all up beforehand and you're done. So, and then this is an older file. I pulled up an older file. That's what's screwing things up. So that's how the that animation is done. But yeah, the emote, the icons in the emotes of all the Vikings, those were done by Savvy Otter, and they're amazing. It's funny because when I first saw them, I'm going, "Oh my god, I want to animate these, and I want to animate them silly." So they came out pretty silly, but they were supposed to be silly. Yeah. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, it's just go and find the tools that you need and learn them. It's pretty much that's going to get you a long way. And when something else comes up, learn it too, because it's all going to help in the long run. And the more knowledge you have, the better it's going to be for you. Knowledge is power. Okay. Alrighty then. Let's go back to that. Do need to. Oh well. I guess I threw that window away. Did I delete it? Must have. Oh well. Let's change that. See what Toby's doing. I don't know why it keeps making that window small. It shouldn't. There we go. Let's put him down here and make him that guy. There. He'll put him there. So yeah, so eventually we're going to have to work on Toby's animations and make him into a Viking instead of a cat, because the cat that's there is still from the tutorial that I did with Sarah's stuff. But like we even did with these, though, is even though it's taken us a week to, or longer, to actually put all these together, in reality, it takes a lot less time than it normally would. Because we did the thing where we made our first level designs for the dungeons in a dungeon maker setup. And that worked to get us way ahead. We need to make that wider. Definitely need to make that wider. At least our guy can walk around. I think I need to put a number at the beginning of each of these. See, because this width is a little bit better than the other one. No, maybe it's the same. That works. That is cool. We can walk around our levels. Like I said, I think we have 10 of them done. We have 6 more, and then we can start thinking about what the population looks like. We can also start thinking about what the actual tile set's going to look like. This was just, okay, let's throw something together. And it's what we were using for the original cave idea. I do have to do some work on it anyway, because we have to make the areas where he can use the hook to go across. Not sure you missed all that much. Mind split. What questions do you have, Mind? What's on your mind, Mind? Oh, zombies. That's what's on your mind. Let's move this up here. I hate to cover the zombie's face. Oh, waiting for the zombies to pass. I think I need to open up Miro, because now that we have Michelle Mybell, thank you very much for the sub. I appreciate that. Thank you. What I was thinking was that now that we're getting the mine levels in, I'm getting lost in them. In all honesty, while I'm walking around them, because I can't see the whole level. So I have to pull up my map. It also shows that we're going to have to make a map system anyway. So that's gonna be fun. So that you can find where you belong. I think I have found where I'm at on the map. Let's move that over here. Okay, is this where we're at? Is this the right level? I think it's that one. If this is a door, yes, that is a door, and that takes us to level 7. So let's go to 8. 8 is... Where is the door for 8? Okay, that's 8. Alright, so we need to go up and around. Okay, this way. Oop. Yeah, once we get smooth walls in, that'll be good too. Okay. We're now here, so we need to go over here. Number 8. We are trying to get to level 9. So we need to go up this way. Because there's no markings on these maps right now, it's just blank slate. I get lost in them. Even though we just built them. You watched me build them, so you know they're there. Let's see, that would be up. No. Did I lock us in someplace? No. Okay, we're good. I need to go up one more. The whole idea up here was to be able to get all the way up there. That is not the right. Oh, no, we need to go one more up. This is 10. Yep, so this is 11, which we started working on 11. We just didn't finish it. And that's the drawing that we had underneath that we're using as a guideline. So, yeah. Bring this over here. Yeah, so this one should... Oh, this is 10. We haven't finished 10. We were working on 10. We hadn't finished it yet. And then this is where we're going to put the things, which we should be able to... This should work if we do that. Yep. That's cool. We'll have to move them in, but what you're not seeing is that, which is our hook, grappling hook. For some reason on up, left, and right, it's not showing the graphic, but on the going down it does, so I have to fix that bug. Okay. You look like someone who beat the crap out of me. What? You have to be a little bit more important. I haven't beat anybody up since high school. So in the 70s. So, not that I remember. Mary Bear? That's an odd thing to comment. Yeah, it is. I don't know. But I don't know what to do with that one. Jester69 says, "You look like someone who beat the crap out of me once." What? I'm very confused on that one. I'm not sure to what if I should say, well, good luck with that, or what. I'm not sure what to do with that one. Looking at your profile picture, no, you don't look like anybody I beat the crap out of. No. I think he means that you would be capable of beating the crap out of him. I don't know. I do my best not getting into fights. I mean, let's see. The last time I beat someone up, like in a personal aspect, was in high school. You know, when we were at when I was in Shaolin Kempo, we did tournaments all the time. So that, but that technically isn't beating the crap out of someone. That's just technique and things like that. You know, but there are 60-year-olds that will start trouble in the streets. The toughest looking people are usually the sweetest because they don't have to be tough all the time to be tough, and that's the one mistake a lot of people make is the ones that have the most bluster usually can be taken out pretty quickly, you know, because you're blinded by the emotion of the moment, whereas someone that's more calm can wait and then jab at your throat at just the right second that puts you on the ground. So, because one thing my dad taught me, and this was years and years ago, if you're going to fight, fight like they're going to kill you. Because anything other than that, and it's not going to work out well for anybody. So, if we're going to fight, we're going to fight to the death. It's just the way I was raised. That's what you do. Daddy made it very clear. He also made sure that we could fire any weapon that gets anywhere near us. He was funny that way. Fighting no good, but if you must, win. Yeah. That's pretty much how it works. I've had too many times where you think, oh, he's just goofing around, blah, 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 blah. And then you just have to go, okay, here we go. It's showtime and you are going to be the main attraction. Okay. I cover some of the things from my childhood in the book that I was not raised like a normal child. I did not hang around with what would be considered today normal people. And we did some pretty horrific things, for the time. My luck was this: is I'm a pretty quiet person, and I will watch where the situation is going before I act. But if I have to act, it's going to not end well for the person who's on the other side of the act. Because I've had too many people in my life, in my younger life, that made sure that if something went down, we could handle it. And if you come after me, it's going to be interesting, if nothing else. And I hope your family loved you. And that is how I got the fastest men in the world. Got the fastest men in the world by running from my problems. Got to be the fastest man in the world is, I think, what you meant. Funny. Other side of the act just made me laugh. Well, that's just it. I would much rather you come to be my friend and have a discussion than come to be part of the other side of the act. Because you're not going to like the outcome. The basic thing, I was raised to win or die. And that was all there was to it. If you did not win, you did not go home. It was pretty much that simple. Oh, the horrible people that raised us. Okay, we haven't finished that one. Why is it marked off as done? That should not be marked off as done. Okay, what topic would you like to discuss? Oh, absolutely. We'll talk about anything you want. Are your parents still alive? No, they are not. My dad died in 2001, and my family did not tell me until 2008. And my mom died 2023? I think 23, yeah. Now, I think all my stepfathers are dead. I haven't talked to them in a long time. My question about the orcs is still open. What? Okay, I missed your question. Sorry. Let me find it here. Not seeing anything. Still open. Or at least I didn't get the answer. I will repeat. Yeah, repeat, because I'm not seeing it. And I'm not seeing anything that is marked with me with a question on the orcs. I'm going all the way back. I'm not seeing your question, sir. Oh. Oh, if it was yesterday, then yeah. And if I was playing, then yeah, I could do that. Were there any copyright issues with the Warhammer franchise when it comes to introducing? No, not at all. None that I remember. I mean, I think Mike or Alan would probably know that better. I don't think so, though. You know, because technically, I don't even think they owned Orcs. I think Token pretty much owns Orcs. Yeah, but they were there before that in Tokens, Lord of the Rings. You know, Orcs are not. I think Orcs are Tolkien from Lord of the Rings. Tolkien. I don't think Warhammer invented Orcs. Origin of Orcs. Term orc originates from the Old English word for demon and the Latin god of the underworld, Orcus, which Tolkien used as the basis for his fictional evil humanoids in J.R.R. Tolkien's Lord of the Rings. The orcs in world origin was not fixed, but commonly depicted. Okay. So yeah, Tolkien is the one that made orcs kind of what they are today. So yeah, orcs are much older than Tolkien. It looks like it goes back. If it's going back to originates from the Old English words of demons and the underworld god Orcus, Orcus. Let's see, in mythology maybe. I'm looking for a year. I'm not seeing a year in here. Okay. Yeah, so orcs go back to the 10th century. So and even younger than that, because in 1000 AD, Beowulf had orcs. Arcnis. 16th century French literature had orcs. Tolkien, of course. So yeah, we're looking back to you're looking back couple thousand years easily. Oh. No, I have never played Warhammer ever. I know a lot of people that do. I know a lot of people that worked on it, but no, I've never actually played Warhammer. Yeah, it says that orcs, or the term orc, originated in, let's see, orcs did not originate in a single mythology text, but involved from various creatures and terms. The English word orc has roots in the Latin name for the god of the underworld, Orcus, or Orcus, and appeared as a word orkneys, monsters, in the 10th century English epic poem Beowulf. These early forms describe demonic and hellish entities distinct from goblin-like creatures that would inspire Tolkien later's definition of orcs. So yeah. No, I've never played Warhammer. So. Shout out to Beowulf. Yep. Tolkien borrowed so much from Beowulf. Oh no, without a doubt. You know, only a couple centuries before. You know, the thing is everybody borrows from everyone. Harry Potter is based on Ronald Dahl's work, and she admits it. Class in college, and just amazed at how he came up with the world and was inspired from so many works and personal experiences. Yeah, I went to the pub he used to go and write at when I was in the UK. Yeah, it goes back to mythology. And then it was picked up by Beowulf, the poem Beowulf. Yep. Yeah, because you got to remember that at one point history was only oral history, which is if someone didn't memorize it, then you didn't get it. And if they didn't memorize it, they didn't want people to know, then they would make it up. Ever wonder how every part of the world was a lore of some type of vampire? Every part of the world was... Which world? Sorry. Tolkien is still one of my favorite authors. Devil King, I'm not understanding your question because I don't see where you're saying which world you're talking about. You mean every? I'm confused. Okay. The world here, like most countries. Ever wonder why every part of the world has a lore of some type of empire? Because people can't explain why their cows are drained. In the 16th century Italian epic Orlando Furioso, orcs were man-eating sea monsters. The word later entered French and English literature through stories of ogres, ultimately stemming from the Latin ocrus. Orcus. It means our world. Well, every culture has every... I think the fables of every culture are the same. There was a really good series, and I think I put a link in our Discord for it. But if you go back and listen to Joseph Campbell talking about mythology and the myth, he has a whole 6-hour thing on myths and stuff like that because that's what he studied. He's also the one that came up with the hero's journey and the hero with 1,000 faces and stuff like that. He was the originator of pulling all that together. You know, but there's a series, and I think it's still on YouTube, called, God, let's see. Called The Power of Myth, I think is what it's called. Okay, I think it's on YouTube. Joseph Campbell's... But he did a interview at coming right back around, at Skywalker Ranch back in the 70s and early 80s, about the power of myth. that was absolutely incredible. In fact, here it is. It is on YouTube. Let's see if we can. I don't want to show. Let's just open that up all the way, and then I'll show you what it looks like. It's just him, basically, him and Bill Moyer or Bob Moyer. I forget what the guy's name. Bill Moyer. But it is a 6-part series called The Power of Myth that is just amazing. If you're going to write stories, this is where you want to go and look first. You know, and he talks about why some stories stayed and others didn't, and how and why the strongest ones keep people interested. You know, and then also in the same series, Lucas comes in and talks about Star Wars and the fact that Star Wars is the hero's journey. Luke's journey is the hero's journey. But it is absolutely amazing. And let me just pull this window up and see if you can see just the image. So, and this is just him talking. So let's take that down. So this is Joseph Campbell, The Power of Myth, and I believe it's 6-part. It's a 6-part episode, and he talks about, and I forget what college he worked for, but he was a professor, and he studied storytelling throughout all of human history. You know. But everyone loves the hero type story, but hero's journey type story. But he's the one that originally, basically, realized it was there and talked about it. You know, because this was the original of this. I believe was, I gotta think 78, 79, maybe earlier. But the whole series is really, really good, really good. I did share the small animation of it, and I did share the link. I think I actually in our YouTubes, I may have shared this link to this, and there might be something in the book. Let me see the reading list. Let me see what I put in the reading list. Holy Blood, Holy Grail, I put in there, but yeah. Teach what you know, critical thinking, in every argument, art of game design. Let's see. Links. Shared links. I may have put it in there really early on, so I have to look way back here. Geez, we put a lot of links in shared links. Okay. The old Jack Black commercial for Pitfall Harry. Well, if I put it in here, I'm not seeing it. There's a lot of stuff in here now. I'll have to find it. I'll see if I can find one that has a playlist of all of them, and then put it up. But really, really good series. Really, really worth watching the whole thing. You know, in fact, is this? This looks like it may be the full one. Oh, wait, sorry, this one. Well, this one's just the talk without the video, but you want the one because you want to actually hear him talking and see him talking. Yeah, he's really, really good. Really something you want to know if you're going to tell stories. Because what I got from him when I listened to it the first time, what I got from him is there are certain patterns in our human existence that draw us to them. Because if you take the stuff that he's talking about, and then you also take the stuff that Maslow talked about the the base human drives. If you put all that together, you can make something that humans are just going to be gravitated to. And that's always been very fascinating to me. So he wrote a theory about the old fairy tales that some of them have together. Did I get that right? What he did, he taught mythology at the university level. I forget what university. I apologize for that. I just forget which university it was. But he studied more as a mythologist. Yeah, he was a mythologist. Campbell began groundbreaking, but he was doing it when nobody else was. He was born in 1904, so he was a pretty old guy. He'd be over 121 at this point. American writer educator who specialized comparative mythology and religion. So he was going back through history and comparing religions and mythology back and forth against each other, which I thought was just really fascinating. He was a literature professor at Sarah Lawrence College, is what it says. Is best known for his work on the hero's journey, a common pattern in storytelling that he identified in 1949 book, The Hero with a Thousand Faces. I think I put a link to A Hero with a Thousand Faces, what I put up. So yeah, so he came up with the hero's journey thing back in 1949. So he wrote a theory that the old fairy tales, I mean, at what college he taught doesn't matter that much like what he thought. No, I mean, I think that showing that he has some cred is important. Yeah. And then this was the original theory of what year was this? So this is just the hero's journey, and we put out, like I said, I put out the hero's journey real quick one, but it all originated from his studies and his teachings. Okay, because there was one that was really short and really good. I'm trying to let me find it here. I think is it this one? Yeah, I'll know as soon as I see the animation for it. No. Oh, this one. This one's real quick. It's 4 minutes long. It's just what makes a hero, and it's just an animation piece by somebody, but it's really, really good. Yeah. No, can't do that. Hide that for a second. Okay, come on. Okay. So yeah, so this is a really good explanation of the hero's journey. I'll put it back up in our links real quick. But it is a good thing to watch quickly if you want to just get the basics. But going back and actually watching his original interviews is absolutely priceless if you want to tell stories. Absolutely priceless. Let's go back to, I want to get Joseph Campbell's I want the whole thing. The whole one that has all of them in it. Okay, is this it? Our Myth with Bill Moore. Yes, this is it. This is the one that has all of them. Okay, copy that. Put that in shared links as well. Okay, so that is the full series as well as the abridged cartoon version. But these are really, really good to talk about how myths started, how myths grow, you know. Try Mozilla plus ad blocker for personal use. How about we just close it? Yep. That is a nice link, thank you. You're very welcome. I mean, at the college he thought doesn't matter, taught doesn't matter as much as what he thought. Elaborate. No. Well, maybe, but you know what? Some people is there's a thing that's like, okay, if I came in and just talked about stuff and I hadn't had the career I've had, would you come and listen to me talk about stuff? You know, if I didn't do 24 years at Blizzard, would half of you be here? I don't know. Yeah. You know, I think it's important to say where people what their creds are. Would I be here then? That is the question. It's kind of for granted at that point. That's how I look at it. Okay. I would, because you are entertaining me. Well, I'm glad I'm entertaining you. Do I make you laugh? Do you think I'm funny? Huh? Sorry, I don't do Joe Pesci well. Okay, where are we at? We are actually not too bad. We talked about that. We talked about Campbell. Another book in our book section, because there's a book that I was going to talk about a little bit, because when I flip through our reading list, up at the top, there's a book called The Design of Everyday Things. It's a really, really good book, and it's the thing about it that I liked was the fact that there's a lot of design work that people do that they just take for granted that people are going to understand. And one of the things that comes out of it is the idea of the Norman door, because the book was written by Dr. Donald A. Norman. And they came up with a term called the Norman door. And the term relates to a item that is designed wrong, but people think that they're using it wrong when it's actually designed wrong. And the example they give is, if you walk up to a door that has a handle, you're going to pull it. If you walk up to the door that's flat, you're gonna push it. That's just human nature. That's what we do. But if you walk up to a door that has a handle that you're supposed to push, you're going to pull it first. And that's bad design. And so that's a Norman door. So he talks about that from the standpoint of designing literally everyday things. And then if you're doing game design, reading this book is going to help you take a lot of the frustration out of what your player's feeling, because your design you're going to think more about the design of how they use things than not, and that's going to help you. And the door thing just cracks me up. They also tell a story about there was a program that was written that a company was using, and the guy that wrote the program was in the office and saw someone working on something on the program and noticed that they were doing a weird keyboard thing. And he asked, he goes, "Why are you doing that?" And he goes, they basically told him, "Oh, well, I keep making the mistake, so I have to do that to keep the mistake from happening." And he goes, "Well, what's the mistake?" And they showed him the mistake and all that stuff. And he realized that it actually wasn't the human's fault. The program was wrong. You know, the program was designed too much for for lack of a better way to put it, because I don't remember the full contents, the program was written too much for the programmer and not the people that were going to use the product. So that's something you have to keep in mind. Very specific to hear you say stuff. Okay, I'm gonna try to do this right. Stuff. Okay, that one I didn't really like that. Let me try again. Stuff. One last one. Stuff. There you go. That is basically empathy, ain't it? Ain't is. But you have to when you're designing. Absolutely. You want hard stuff. Yeah, I tell you, man, nice shot. Nice shot, man. Yeah, there's some really good books in here that we've already put up. I think that, yeah, they're really good. The Blink of an Eye, if you're an editor, if you haven't read Blink of an Eye, then you're cheating yourself. You know, Holy Grail, if you really want to know about the Templars and stuff like that, and really good book. In fact, this book, Holy Grail, Holy Blood, Holy Grail, was given to me by Chris Metzen the first time I saw it. Or was told to me to go buy it. It was Chris Metzen. You can't make a meme out of used batteries and expect people to get it. Boom, 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 boom. That looks familiar. Looks familiar, but for some reason my brain is not comprehending it. Sorry. All right. What else you guys want to talk about? Okay, we talked about that. Plans for the weekend. Well, I don't know yet. I have to talk to Frigg. Frigg is out there somewhere. Have not heard from her today, so we will see. Yep. So I do not know. I know that her little Frigg is coming in from college for the weekend. I know she's looking forward to that because she's been off in college the last few weeks. Her first time in college, first time away from home, so that's kind of cool. I'm preparing myself an experiment meatloaf. Try a recipe that I have at hand. The meatloaf I liked, and it was in a book called, I think it was called Sugar Busters. Yeah, something like that. That was the meatloaf one of my exes and I used to make. In fact, I think I have it here. Looks like I do. Wrong one. That's funny. Because when I reached, the first book I grabbed was The Design of Everyday Things. Let's put that over here. If I remember correctly, there was a meatloaf in here. If this is the right book, this may be the wrong book, but we'll look at the index. Where is it at? Nope. The book must have been, it must have been a different book, because there used to be a book. I thought it was Sugar Busters. I guess not. I don't know. Maybe they revised it and took that meatloaf out. So I won't type for a while due to meaty hands. Okay. Yeah, because there was a meatloaf that had, like, no carbs. I'm trying to remember what it was. I'll do anything for love, but I won't do that. The movie Robin Hood. Not where it's originally from, but I believe I'll Do Anything for Love is on the Bat Out of Hell album. I could be wrong. Good job. Oh, Bat Out of Hell 2. It's on Bat Out of Hell 2. That's the one where he does the full monster makeup thing. I really liked his work. His work was really good. Oops, I didn't even know that was open. Let's close that. Bob in the Fight Club, yep. Bob with his boobs. He's also really good in Rocky Horror Picture Show as Eddie. I'm just wrong about that 30-year-old memory. Seems right, yeah. No worries at all. Yeah, he was Eddie in Rocky Horror Picture Show. Led to some great meatloaf jokes during the audience participation part. They served meatloaf for dinner that night. Brad got it. Janet got it. Can it be that the movie anyway? I think that he also, for some reason, I'm trying to remember, there was a Christopher Reeves did a diner, like a diner short. Maybe it was like a Outer Limits or something like that, or something of that kind. And in it, he also chopped up and cooked meatloaf. Christopher Reeves and meatloaf. Tales from the Crypt. Okay. I was right. Yeah. It was Christopher Reeves, Bess Armstrong, Art LaFleur, and Meatloaf. The Tales of the Crypt. Next time let's see quotes. It's in the description here. Married couple Fred and Irma. The restaurant has been seen better days, but things change once a stranger walks in with a rather unique steaks recipe. Yeah, where they serve meatloaf. Speaking of Rocky Horror Picture Show, I don't know who grew up watching Phineas and Ferb like I have, but the dad is the voice of the creator of Rocky Horror. Oh, so he's played by Richard O'Brien? Because Richard O'Brien was Riff Raff in Rocky Horror Picture Show, and he did write the original play and the movie and all the songs and stuff. In fact, at the beginning of Rocky Horror Picture Show, the red lips are actually his when it's saying the whole beginning parts and singing the whole beginning parts. He also did an excellent job in Dark City. He was really good in Dark City if you haven't seen Dark City. And he was actually even good in Ever After, because he was the one that bought her in Ever After. But Richard O'Brien wrote all of that. He wrote all of the Rocky Horror stuff. All his original idea. And he played Riff Raff, so yeah. Hello. You've come on a very special night. It's one of the master's affairs. Something in my throat. Yeah, the dad is played by Richard O'Brien. Oh, cool. I did not know that. He's got a very distinct voice. Yeah, the one that I'm thinking of with Christopher Reeves was Tales from the Crypt. Christopher Reeves and Meatloaf. Yep. Where is he at? There you are. Yep. Lawrence Fletcher. 99 episodes. He played Lawrence Fletcher. Favorite Christopher Walken movie? That would have to be... Deer Hunter's pretty close. Oh. God, my brain just went blank on it too. Dead Zone. That's my favorite Christopher Walken movie. The ice is gonna break. Yeah. But Deer Hunter's pretty good, but that's a little rough for some people. Bryan Adams. I don't know, Bryan Adams. He was the song from Robin Hood. Guess I rocked more to Meatloaf as a kid. Yeah, maybe. Because I didn't remember anything for love in Robin Hood. 7 Psychopaths. Okay. Yeah, mine is always The Dead Zone, the original movie one, not the one that Michael Anthony Hall did as a TV series later. I don't remember 7 Psychopaths. I'm pretty sure I probably watched it. Hello, Walking Warrior. It does sound familiar. 2012. But Walken is a psychopath? Yeah, I can see that. It needs more cowbell. No, that's... Oh, sorry, that didn't work out well at all. That was more Forrest Gump than walking. Huh? Do you like Martin? I'll have to look up what they are. Let me see. And I will tell you. Writer, blah, 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 blah. Known force. Purchase 7 Psychopaths. Oh, so he wrote 7 Psychopaths, so. Oops. 6-shooter in Burgess, 7 Psychopaths, National Theater, Hangman, 3 billboards outside. He has 1 upcoming. Wild Horse 9. And then just the 5. So I don't know. At the moment, I don't remember any of them. So I'll have to go and see if they're in my Plex and see if. Let's see. No, he looks relatively new. I don't know. I'll have to look as up 7 Psychopaths, so I don't know. Forrest Walken. I think it's I can't hear myself in the headphones, so. But Christopher Walken in The Deer Hunter during the Russian roulette scene is just amazing. Absolutely amazing. But that's a really old movie. I don't know if any of you have even heard of it. It is from, where's it at? Okay. I know it's from the 70s sometimes. Deer Hunter, 1978. It had all the biggies in it. You know, when they weren't biggies. You have Robert De Niro, Christopher Walken, John Cazale, John Savage, Meryl Streep. Yeah, there's a lot of biggies in there. They're big stars today. They weren't massive stars back then, but it is a good one. Another one that people miss from that time period, and it's actually really hard to find, and we had it as a movie of the day a couple weeks ago, was The Marathon Man. If you ever saw The Marathon Man, yes, The Deer Hunter is from 1978. But Marathon Man, if you've ever seen that movie, you would never go to the dentist again. And that's pretty young Dustin Hoffman in that one. But Walken it's the Deer Hunter is a war movie, so. It's about 3 guys that were friends and used to go deer hunting together, and then end up having to go to Vietnam, I think. Whatever the war of the time was, and what happens to them. Does your mic support playthrough where you can hear your voice? No, it does not. Thank God, because that would drive me absolutely crazy. In fact, if I put on, because of the delay as well, if I put on the stream on YouTube's, then it will do weird stuff too. Did I kill? Oops. Hopefully I didn't kill that. I may have killed our stream. Oh no, it's over there. Okay, yeah, we're still good. Have you seen the movie Planes, Trains, and Automobiles? Yes. John Candy and Steve Martin. Yep. Those aren't 2 pillows. So yes, I've seen it. Yes, Vietnam. Sorry, you're correct. But in Plane, Trains, and Automobiles, when Steve Martin and John Candy are... oh, I liked it. I thought it was hilarious. But it was that kind of movie at the time. I mean, my favorite Steve Martin movie is always going to be The Jerk. Are you by any chance familiar with Bionicles? You mean like the toys? My kids had Bionicles when they were little. But if you're talking about a movie, let me look up. Okay, there's apparently several of them. Bionicle Toe. I think my kids had these toys. Or are you not into comedy, obviously? What do you mean I'm not into? I love comedy. The Jerk is probably one of the funniest movies ever made and probably could never be made today, but it's absolutely hilarious. Have you seen the movie The Omega Man? Yes, The Omega Man was a remake of a Vincent Price movie called The Last Man on Earth. With Charles Bronson, and then later on Will Smith remade it as I forget what they call it. But yeah, The Omega Man was really, really good. But like I said, it was a remake of The Last Man on Earth, which starred Vincent Price way back in the day. There are 4 Bionicle movies. It looks like there's more than 4. Because there's Bionicle's Secret Metru Nui, Bionicle's Legend Reborn, Bionicles 2, Legend, okay, blah, blah, blah. Lego Bionicle. There's a lot of Bionicles. Oh, I'm picking out a thermos for you, but not any army thermos will do. Yeah. Best opening line in a movie ever. I was born a poor black child. Well, very funny movie. Waiter, there are snails on her plate. Don't look! I need anyone. I need this. I need my dog, shithead. Okay, I don't need my dog. He hates these cans. Yes, I can quote this movie all day long. Yep. The reason I ask is because my team and I are working on a spiritual successor. It's going to be a comic book at first, but we are planning to make animation in video games. Oh, cool. Words. Wait. Spiritual successor of Bionicles? Saying, just hearing the quotes makes me laugh. Yeah, without a doubt. Don't worry, they're not going anywhere. They'll be pulling a church. I'm sorry, my internet is lagging, so if you answered, I didn't hear it. Okay, let me see. The reason I asked... No, that's cool. I mean, make it. Make the game. You can search on YouTube. Yeah, my kids... Loki played with Bionicles quite a bit. God, we had a lot of them. Yep. Have you seen the movie Planes? Yes, we talked about that. I'm making sure I didn't miss anything. I'm going back here a little bit. Yeah, there's so many things that if... Well, there's several movies that I absolutely love that probably could never be made today. One of them's Blazing Saddles, which is absolutely brilliant. The other's The Jerk. There is nobody in their right mind would think that The Jerk would make money today, but it was in its time, it was absolutely brilliant. I ended up buying them a bigger house. Yeah, so funny. My favorite is The Letter Home. I hope to send more money next week. Because my girlfriend says she's going to give me a job tomorrow. So I hope to make more money. That's, oh my God. It is the silliest humor ever. But it is, oh my God, crack me up. Yeah. And what's funny is the girl on the motorcycle in that movie is David Cassidy's mom. So you haven't started with the game because, well, none of us know anything about programming. Well, you have paper and pencil. You know, that's what we did when we first started this. I'm not a programmer. In fact, I've learned programming since January here to do what we're doing. But we started in our Miro board, just literally throwing up all the ideas, saying what we needed in town, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, so if you have a pencil and paper, start writing it out. And then learn some programming while you're at it. Pick a simple an engine like we did. We picked Game Maker Studio because it's a simple engine that can be very powerful. And but we had a whole bunch of stuff done on paper before we ever even got to the engine. And then in the engine that we're using, which is Game Maker, may not be the final engine for the game, but we can see if the idea is going to work before we spend a lot of money on a final engine for the game or anything like that. And if you're doing it on paper, say like on a big piece of graph paper, because you can get big things of graph paper, map your whole thing out. Just come home every night, pick up a pencil and start throwing things down there. On the side, just keep a list of everything that's in there and number everything, you know. You could actually do very, very well. Because we started out with our Miro board just like this. I mean, it was, since I have it up, I might as well just show it. So aside from our things, we literally started out going, okay, here's our three characters. Here's our three main characters, our player character, our grandfather, and then our grandfather's brother, who's the bad guy. Here's all the things that we want them to be able to do as all that. Here's our base story. Boyd loves grandfather. They live simple. Grandfather teaches kung fu, balance, blah, 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 blah. You know, and then we branched out from there and just said, okay, now let's just, and you can do this on a piece of paper. It's like, okay, here's our forest. I've made it green because it's obvious it's a forest. And I go in the forest, it's granddad's house and his training thing and his clinic. Here's all the animals. You know, you just make the list up. You know, here's the fishing hut and there's a lake, which we haven't put the lake in yet, but we will. You know, and then we started putting up all the things. It's just paper. Paper is free. You know, and well, in comparison, paper it's for a big piece of graph paper, like a sheet of graph, not just a sheet, but like a bundle of graph paper. I know I have them. I just don't know where I put them. You know, that's going to cost you $10. Pencils are going to cost you, for probably 20 pencils and maybe a pencil sharpener, it's another $10. You know, and then you just sit down at the coffee table and just say, okay, here's where our town is. You know, and that's what we did here, is we just said, okay, here's everything. We used to have it laid out in where everything was, similar to this, you know, and similar to this. But we had, these are all the places. We have a bakery, a meat shop, a general store, restaurant, and we may not end up with all of these in the town, but these are the basics. And as we move things around, we'll take things out. Candle maker, school, town hall, town, temple, you know, all that kind of stuff. And then we started saying, okay, what characters live in them? And we just mapped all this out and just said, okay, here's our base, you know. And this was, this took us like just a couple days to kind of throw all this stuff together. Then we started writing out more specific things, you know, coming up with different ideas to achieve 0 to 1. You know, you have to gather logs. These are other things we still have to add in, but yeah, what their motivation is, you know, you just start scribbling it down. Good ideas, bad ideas, doesn't matter. Throw all your ideas down and then sort them out. You know, originally we had a faraway town. Originally we had trains, which we've taken out, you know. We still have to build the farmlands where all the food comes from. But yeah, this was just us throwing some brainstorm stuff down. And then up here we mapped level 0 to 1. Where did I put it? Oh, here it is. 0 to 1. So this is 0 to 1. It's just what the characters are going to do, what he has to do. Yes, he comes into the forest, which is up in that top left corner we showed. He comes across Steve. He can either help Steve or he can walk away. You know, he arrives home, granddad's not there, etc., etc. You just start mapping it out, start putting things in. You know, and what I found, and I learned this from this project here. Let me see if I can open it. So for when I first left Blizzard, I had so many things in my head from working at Blizzard that I needed to get them out of my head. So I'd write them on Post-it notes and throw them on the wall. And I did this for like 6 months. And it basically ended up with outlining my book. So here's the outline of my book, chapter by chapter. I'm going to keep it far enough away, but here's the outline of the book, chapter by chapter, going from chapter 1 over here to the last chapter. And everything in blue is my life before Blizzard. From there to here is my life at Blizzard, so this is all the Blizzard stuff. And everything here is color coded so that I can, as I'm writing, I just write what's in that chapter. Yeah. So that's what you do, but you do the same thing for the game. What I'm not sure of is writing down map out is how you want the character to be able to interact with their surroundings. You know, that comes with actually playing it, because one of the things that we did, let's go back to our game test. When we did, I was concerned about the same thing, is I have these huge dungeons I have to make, but I don't know what to put in them. So when we made these, it was literally, okay, let me go back to here. While you're deciding what goes in them, it does help to have a visual to work around, to work what goes in them. It doesn't mean that it has to be perfect the first time, because it's not going to be. You're going to iterate on this stuff over and over and over again, you know, but you know that you're going to, say, need a forest. You know that you're going to need a town. You know that you're going to need some dungeons of some kind, whether they're mines like we have in our case or whatever. You know, we may even change them from mines to dungeons. Yeah. So getting a base in there that then you can modify instead of have to have perfect the first time is going to save you so much pain. Avatar the Airbender. Yeah, my boys watch that all the time. I mean, with the interaction is, I'm not sure you know Avatar. I do know Avatar. We have a similar magical system, yeah, but instead of elements, it's phases of matter. So I wanted a character who can use solids, for instance, to be able to yoink some of the ground to throw a rock or something. Yeah? Okay. I don't understand the question in that. That all sounds perfectly normal to me. So what you do is you have a system where your character takes in pieces or elements, and then he can use an effect or an attack if he has enough of those elements. It's similar to what we do in our game with the fountain. Is they have to go and collect 5 pieces, come back to the fountain, build the fountain, and then go on. So it's kind of the same kind of thing. It actually changes the chair. Yeah, you can do that. You're just changing sprites, so it's not a big deal. In places like in Game Maker, you would change background elements, stuff like that, turn them on and off. You know, in our case, we're with the fountain, we're just changing sprites. No? Because what you do for memory's sake is you set it up to where the things are active, or materials are active within a radius of him, because that saves you several problems. Number one is everything in his radius is active. That way you don't have to keep everything else turned on in memory. You know, the next thing you do is, if he has a specific skill set, only the items that are in that radius that he can use with that skill set will actually show. You know, or actually be able to be used.
Brains.
Yeah, similar to how lightning is done, depending on what system you're using. But yeah, you just want to affect if you affect a radius, then you don't have to have absolutely everything turned on all the time. And if it's based on his, like in the case of our fountain, if I change a number to say level 4, he can't do the fountain quest until he reaches level 4. So you can do the same thing with your kind of thing, where if he's level 1 magic or whatever, then he can do these specific things with these specific elements. If he's level 2, then he can do more. If he's level 5, maybe he can't do level 1s anymore or level 2s because he's too advanced, but he can do level 3, 4s, and 5s. That kind of thing. It also depends on your game, 2D or 3D, yes, absolutely, because 3D is going to change things quite a bit. I've never implemented something like this, but I can imagine it involving a ton of particle effects, yeah? And maybe destructible terrain, yep. Sparta, yes. Let's hear what you got to say. I'm assuming he's typing. Destructible, but I wanted it to be...
Any nunum says second hydration reminder of the stream.
Thank you, Anina.
Brains.
Mind Split says, wow.
You can check out Control, where she picks up rocks from the ground and tosses them. Yeah, we have that in our game too, so we can pick things up and throw them. Well, that's just it, is when you're laying things out, also be laying out what your character can and cannot do, and at what levels he can and cannot do. Putting a camera like that in the 2.5 should be pretty easy to implement, yeah. Yeah, because then you only have to... Then you only have to worry about parallaxing when your character is moving back and forth and stuff like that. Yeah, but you're an artist. And you have to draw that shit. So you can do it by having prepared projectiles that spawn as the ability is used to pop out of the ground. You need it to pick up the broken wall floor to appear from that area. A quick movement and a bit of dust. Yeah. It's not fully necessary. Yeah, even in the game that I play every day, the Diggy's Adventure, what they do is if they have to change something in the thing, they do a thing where they make a cloud, and then they have some arms and stuff sticking out of it here and there, so it looks like activity is going on underneath the cloud, And then when the cloud moves, then the terrain is changed. So you can do that, is where his effect makes a blocking action so that you can make changes behind that block, and then you see the changes when that block goes away. No, it can be just an animated sprite, meaning the dust. Because particles sometimes can be very expensive, and you don't from a usage standpoint, so you don't want to use them if you don't have to. It ain't cheap. Aside from that, if you take the time to create a proper particle effect that depends on the engine, it would look more polished. Yes, it would. But you could also take that polished particle effect and capture the frames of it and make an animation from it, and then use that in cases where you don't have the space for a particle effect to actually play out in memory. And now that I think about it, only solids and liquids would have to be programmed with such interaction. Most likely, probably some edge cases for gases and solids. But those can just be moved, yeah. Unity, for example, is great at making your own custom ones, and they are not too expensive in terms of resources, but it's not fully necessary. Yeah. Cool. Doop. Sorry, I'm checking times and stuff. Okay. Yeah, and that's all you can do is just start. And as problems rise, because they will, just take a moment, take a breath, pick one, figure them out one at a time, and you're going to be fine. Would you react to our comic trailer, or is that overstep? Would I react to your comic trailer? I guess you could put it on Discord, and then if you want to share it publicly. If not, you can send it to me privately on Discord. It's not a publicly released thing. I can take a look at it. Discord. The link should be in about for if you're on sorry, I'm looking for something real quick. If you are on Twitch, if you go to the about in our channel, it should be there. It should be working. This thing doing. Okay. I think what I'm looking for is over here. Okay. Doop. Boom. Let's see if that works. Here's the link for the Discord. Out of the cinematics you watched for game trailers that were not related to your previous studio, who do you think was the worst in terms of not communicating a clear narrative in their cinematics? Dude, that list would be very long and very wide, and no. And it's not really something I want to do, you know. In all honesty, I think that most cinematics done in video games, they absolutely did their best to try to make it work, you know. Now you also have the condition is we were very lucky is that Blizzard took the time and the money and said, okay, we're going to build our own team. Most companies didn't do that. They left their cinematic work to other companies, you know, and to me, they weren't emotionally connected enough to the project to make the best cinematics for them. And that's sad, you know, but companies can't afford cinematics teams. They're expensive. You know, I put a thing up in regards to what it cost per minute for a cinematic piece and what it costs per minute for a machinima piece, you know, and each of them got their stories across very, very well, you know, but a good pre-rendered cinematic piece with a team of 200 people that are doing it, you're spending $400 to $475,000 per finished minute of a trailer. Whereas for a machinima piece, which you can do with about a handful of people, we'll say 5, you're spending about $2,800 for a finished minute. That's a huge difference. You know, so farming it out is not, to me, I'm just never going to do that. You know, if the person isn't emotionally tied to the game that they're making cinematics for, then they shouldn't be making them. Never seen a cinematic that conveyed a clear narrative or even what the gameplay is about. They're there to hype you up, nothing more, nothing less. Yes and no. The problem you have is that, and we talked about this yesterday or the day before, is at the time that the cinematics for a game are thought of and what they should be, they were, every cinematic you've ever seen was probably correct and probably did just that. The problem happens is as game development goes on, and we were just talking about this, is as you go on in your game development, things are going to change. Storylines are going to change. Things are going to come up. Things are going to evolve. You know, all that stuff. So the cinematics that you wrote way back in the beginning, before the story started changing, all of those are going to be wrong. So sometimes you have to take the, okay, here's the warrior, warrior, slash, yay, warrior. You know, that kind of effect for the cinematics and stuff. You know, we've had many times when the cinematic work that we did didn't match. A perfect example is in Warcraft 2. Because at one point, one of the humans comes up and kills an orc and then uses a catapult to take out a zeppelin. At one time, catapults could hit zeppelins. But by the time the game released, catapults couldn't hit zeppelins. So we got a lot of flack because that didn't match. But we didn't want to lose that cinematic because it took literally months to do. So we used it anyway. That's just how it's done. So you have to think about the amount of time it takes for your cinematics to be made, and having, if you're going to literally change it every single time a designer decides it needs to be different, you will be working on stuff you can never use forever. That gets really bad sometimes. Teasers are different. You're absolutely right, Kryson. You know, a teaser is just like, hey, we built this world. Look at this. Yay, whoop, whoop, done. You know, I was more along the lines of wanting more story involved in the things that we put out. That's why I built the machinima team in the first place. You know, and it really worked out well for us. You know. not talking about the actual cinematics within the game. Oh, I understand that, but we had machinima trailers both outside the game and inside the game. We had cinematic trailers or machinima type game content trailers outside the game as well for trailers. You know, that's how the whole No More Gone News thing came up, Windy, Breezy, all that kind of stuff, was to tell those stories. But you have to decide where you want your stories to be told. You know, yes, a lot of cinematics get out there to hype the game. Yeah, absolutely they did. You know, I remember when we did the first in-game piece for Warcraft, which was the Wrathgate piece. That freaked people out, you know. But we had a team of 6 people at the time, and we made that, and it turned out phenomenal. You know, and we learned a lot, a whole lot. You know, so, but that was the first in-game machinima style piece for World of Warcraft. You know, and it changed everything. You know, which I thought was fantastic, because that's the reason I left cinematics in the first place, is to say, okay, look, we should be using more in-game stuff. Video cards are getting better and better. You know, the pre-render stuff is absolutely fabulous, and I can never deny that. However, there's got to be a more cost-effective way to tell stories, and I think the game engines are it. You know, so I went and invented the No More Gone News and Windy Breezy and all that stuff, and started telling stories from the characters that live in the game, not from the thing. So when we made the Flying Mounts trailer, it wasn't about telling the player that flying mounts are there and everything, you can fly everywhere now. It was more about having the game, people who live in the game, the NPCs that live in the game, talking about how cool it was. And that always worked out great for me. Okay, thank you for clarifying. I just, as picky person's brain, and about most memorable successes and fails. I've seen you cover a lot of success and wanted to know what you thought biffed its goals the hardest, since to me, it's about the extent of the clear narrative, not a question on whether that was clear narrative or not. Yeah, it's the problem you have is when you have huge teams, because the Warcraft team itself was 200 people, Cinematics team was 200 people. If you do not have everybody following the same North Star, and there's someone that's making sure that everybody has all the same information, you can get off track very, very easily and lose months of work, or have to put out something that is just that doesn't work together. And we were lucky, because when things didn't work at Blizzard, we were allowed to throw them away. I'm glad you're sharing your experiences and knowledge here. It's hard for small artists like us. How would Warcraft 3 interludes or other small mid-mission camera work slot into this? Warcraft 3 is different, because those stories are very set. I don't think you could do machinima with Warcraft 3. Now, if you're talking about World of Warcraft, yes. And you could probably use the World of Warcraft engine to make stuff for Warcraft 3 at this time. But the Warcraft 3 cinematics were amazing. I thought they were very, very good. I have added you on Discord. Okay. I'll look at it later. So we have another, oh wow, we have another 36 minutes here. We'll be going to our raid thing here in a little bit, because we have to do our raid. Either that, or maybe I'll just pick. If it gets too late, I'll just pick. Thank you so much. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, because the Wrathgate piece, that one we didn't tell anybody about. We just did it. You know, Chris and I had a conversation. He said, "Okay, do it." We did it, and we put it. We got them to put it in the game, and didn't tell anybody it was there, and when QA saw it, they went, "What the hell is this?" And then they're like, "Oh my god, that was amazing." Ironically, the original 23 Warcraft 3 release have a higher video quality. Reforged. Well, that's because I wasn't there converting the files. That's hilarious. That's too bad. You know, well, part of my job was making all the finals for all the things that went, every movie that went into the game, I made the final for. And it might be also, no, because that was Warcraft where they were using the screen thing. Walking Warrior, have a great dinner. Yeah, one of my jobs as the editor was to make sure that the finals were correct and were not compressed to crap. And it was not always easy. That's sad. That's because the Warcraft 3 release was one I was the technical artist on and the editor on for all the cinematics, so I don't know who did the ones for the reforged versions. Sad but true. High compression is expensive, absolutely. Because the actor did not want you to spend the money. Oh, I 100% agree. You know, we had some really good programmers at the time that I worked with very closely to get the right sizes and stuff for everything. And it wasn't easy. We did a lot of trial and error, had a lot of arguments. You know, I remember way back in the day that Mike O'Brien and I having a discussion because he said, well, from a program standpoint, your cinematic should be 20 frames per second. I'm like, no. There's nothing at the time, way back in the day, there was nothing at the time could edit at 20 frames a second. We're going to do 24 or 30 because those are pretty standard. Or 2997 or 23.97. You know, he's like, nope, can't do that. I go, well then you're going to have to figure out a way to get that extra working. I have no idea if they made empty promises or not, Sparta. I don't know what the promise was on those. I have no idea. So it may have been a situation where the archivists didn't have all the original frames and they couldn't fix them. There may have been 1,000 reasons why that wasn't able to happen. But if you're gonna hold them to, oh my God, they promised that they were gonna make it full screen, why didn't they? Then I'm like, I can think of 20 reasons right now that would prevent them from being able to do that. And one of them could be Activision didn't want to spend the money. I can see that. You also have to look at what was the original content they had to work with. I was very lucky with from War 1 to War 2, for War 1 and War 2 for the BattleNet or the Battle Chest edition, that I still had all the original 3D files and I could completely re-render everything at a higher resolution. They may not have been able to do that. Could you share your thoughts on generative video AI products like no, I haven't. I don't know. I've never used VEO3. I've never heard of it. Sorry. The only AI I know of or have used is different versions of ChatGPT. I don't know what any of the other ones are. Let's take a look at what this is. Google AI video. Is that what it is? Create a VEO3 in Gemini. Okay. Dream it, describe it, done. Oh no, that's true. No, I haven't seen this. I will add it to my list of things to check out. It has been saved. Generally, yes, I stand by the ancient Chinese proverb that goes, shit happens. But when shit does indeed happen, don't double down or ignore the backlash, address it, and move on. Sparta, I don't know what happened in that situation because I wasn't in the company at that time. So I don't know what was promised, what was ignored, what was doubled down on. So, no, no worries. Because the bottom line is, it may come down to the fact that it just didn't work. You know, there's, like I said, there could be thousands of reasons why it didn't work. It wasn't going to be done on time. You know, we don't have the original files. We only have compressed files from the game itself, etc., etc. We can go on and on and on. And all of them completely valid reasons, but not something to sneeze at. But no, I know you're just ranting. And I know that you know that I wasn't there and don't know how they did it. I mean, I think that when they were working on those, I think I got 3 phone calls total to ask where certain files were, and I told them where they were. But yeah, I can't think of anything else. But it's mostly where assets were and stuff like that that I had control of at the time, and that I turned into our video and post-production team archivist. Okay, let's see. Also, developers the day before said after they released their final product, yeah. Because you gotta remember, back in the day, you had to go through the whole gold master thing. That was like crazy. Because you not only had to finish your game, you had to be able to make it work on a gold master, then you had to send it to a manufacturer. The manufacturer then would have to send silvers back to you, and you would test them to make sure that they worked. Then you would okay them. Then they would have to print them, like make all the CDs. The CDs then would get packed into boxes. Ugh. It wasn't like today where it's like, okay, I'll put it up on Steam, done. You know, or things like that. It just, you didn't have that. Okay, let's see. We are 3:34, so we probably, let's see if I have it open over here. I probably do not. Close that. Just what we want. This. Sorry, I'm pulling stuff up so we can do our raid stuff. So we still have to do that even though we've been talking today. Because the raids is a day thing. Unless, I don't know, maybe one time I'll just pick the top person on my list here. Fine. I did go through last night to make sure that we did have everybody on there. There were a couple people, apparently I wasn't following them. If they were on, I didn't know it. Let's pull this up here. Let's go to here. We're going to start these now. Should come up. I didn't move it. Oh, looks like it's locked. Good. Yeah. I guess that's just the size it's going to be. Okay, fine. Fine, be that way. Don't care. You can't make me. Thank you for the fun stream, as always. It's fun listening in and talking towards the end. Keep talking. I'm just going to do this while we're talking. Okay, so Parrot Software comes out of quarantine today. Anybody else? Nope, nope, nope. Oh, okay. Now let's start seeing who's online. All right. The doll is in quarantine. Okay. Carnage. Best Lore 44. Thank you very much. I'm glad you came and hung out with us today. Admiral. SFOD. Annie. Annie and Ray is down here. Barrett Software who just came out. Six, yeah, count is correct. Sanctuary. Ezekiel is in quarantine. Bros. It's a princess. We just did her. We just did her yesterday. Okay, Furball Farm is in quarantine. August Bugs. August Bun Buns. Cuban Bun Buns. Feedback. Feedback on that. Okay. Rams. Chipmunk. Okay, so we have 12, so we'll do 4, 4, and 4. Okay. Sure, since you asked, what are some stories you want to tell through gaming that you feel you haven't yet and still want to at some point? If it's a bunch, what are those? What are most notable? I think from the standpoint of storytelling, and Metzen may disagree with me on this, I don't think he would. I really wanted to see Warcraft Adventures come out to be able to dive deeper into the Thrall story and stuff like that. And I've always been really sad that we weren't able to make that product work. Because that one I really would have enjoyed playing and everything else, because it was just, I don't know, it was just one that like really, I don't know, I just really liked it. And I liked adventure games like that anyway, so. So I guess that would be the answer, is there's Warcraft Adventures is one that will always kind of stick with me and go, I wish we would finish that. You know, the rest of them, they don't really stick out. And that's probably why they don't exist anymore. Well, as far as other storylines and stuff like that, I wish that there was more stories from characters that live in the game. One of the things we started with the machinima team and stuff like that was building storylines from the characters in the game, and like the Windy Breezy stuff and Nomagami stuff. Those are characters that lived in the game and told the stories of the game around them. And that was, I really like that. There is the first round, by the way, sorry. But I know that a lot of the story stuff that was used in those things were used elsewhere, so it wasn't like any of the lore was ever lost or any of the story was lost. It was for the most part just repurposed, which game makers do all the time. Okay, we have 101. 1010. But one of the things that we learned early, and all of us became really good at, is there comes a time when just letting it go is the right thing to do. So yeah, you can lament over things that you didn't do, but maybe it wasn't time for that yet. If it's something that you strongly felt about in regards to storytelling and stuff like that, eventually you'll tell that story. It may not be in the environment that you originally thought or anything like that, but eventually you're going to tell that story. As to any story that is out there that hasn't been told yet that I knew about and stuff like that, yeah, there's a lot of things out there that I knew about at the time that haven't come out yet. But I'm not gonna spoil those for the people working on them. That would be stupid. Okay, let's see. Going to go back. Need that. Round 2. Because there's always going to be stuff that, as a game maker, you can't talk about. Whether it's to protect the IP that you work on or to protect you and your friends, it's always going to be there. And let's see, 1, 2, 3 should be 4. Yes, it is. So if you were hoping for me to spill the beans on something that nobody knows about yet, no, I'm not going to do that. All I'm going to say is that yes, there are storylines out there that I hope someday comes out. Yeah, that's a good perspective to have. Adventure games and Explorer fishing has such a wide application set. Plus, with time comes wisdom. It's amazing to see what can be repurposed and shifted to make a story more original, funny, or intriguing for a new audience. Absolutely. Let's see. Nope, I was just asking for your favorite concepts, more or less. Nothing well defined, huh? Yeah, I think Warcraft Adventure as a concept, I think should have this one that I really wish we would have been able to finish and moved on with. And telling more stories from characters inside the game is just another one that I just want. I want to know what the guy. I want to know what the guy selling fruit on the corner in Ogremar is thinking. That's what I want to know. How does he see the world that we've created for him, not the player? I want to know what the NPCs, how do they see it? I'd like to see more of that kind of thing. Sorry, my voice is getting shot at this point. 4210. Okay, next ones. Round 3, final round for today. Ferris Software, Q Bunny, Rams Reef, Ray. Start that one. Let me do this real quick. What do you think of the Ultra Alchemist series? I know it's geared towards fandom of folks who like anime, I guess. But it's basically the concept alchemists who make it very fancy gadgets, food. I've not seen it, I don't know. I'll have to look at it. Check it out. Altair Alchemist. Series. No, I've never played it. Looking at it does remind me of some stuff Roman Kenny used to draw way back in the day. Hope everyone has Monday off. Have a great Labor Day. I don't think I have Monday off. I'll have to figure that one out. I do not know. I do not know if I have it planned to be off. Uh, 510. Okay. Get our final votes put together here. Okay, so we have Ray as a 5. Let's see, go to 4s next. Start at the top. 4 is Felicia. Or sorry, Anna. Felicia, Bunny. Carnage. Let's see, any other 4s? Nope. 2's next. S5. Okay, so now the 1s. We have quite a few 1s, so we have to go to early votes. 27 for him, 20 for Chipmunks. Ferret Software has 37, so Ferret Software wins it. Actually, yes and no. Okay, wait a minute. We have a rule. The rule is if it's a 24-hour stream against a human, then the human wins. So technically, Chipmunks is 24 hours. I believe Admiral is not a 24-hour. It is not. Yeah, so technically, based on the rule, Admiral goes into the 5th spot. Because the other two, Ferret Software and the other one, are both ineligible for tie, two-row tie. So here we go, final vote. Okay, let's grab these numbers. We finish out week 5. Okay, so we're through this week. One more week on this. Good. We just need to wait for who is. I hope everyone has Monday off. Yeah, I hope you all have a great Labor Day. Thanks for answering the questions. Yeah, no worries. Hope I answered them all. What is the hammering sound? Someone renovate. It is. They're building houses across the street. I've tried to cut it back with noise reduction as much as possible, but yay! They've been building houses across the street for a while. In fact, I have a camera that is time lapsing them building the houses across the street. So when they finish, I will be pulling that video up and showing you the time lapse of them building the houses across the street. So they are still working on them. I've been for a few months now, and it's exhausting to hear because they wake you up early in the morning. Okay, Annie has won our day. Oh yes, Annie. I think Annie was one of the first people we ever rated. So I remember the message that we put on her is like, Annie, are you rating? Are you rating, Annie? It was very silly, but it was fun. Let's see. So today's date for Annie is 8/29/2025. So she goes into quarantine as of tomorrow. So let's open her file up. Yeah. She is on. Let's open this. Turn her sound on so I can hear her. Apparently she's playing Metal Gear Solid. Let's go to here, and this would be the first, I believe, is Monday. Is it? Yeah, Monday is the first, so 9/1. Oh, whoa. Okay. So I will see you guys in 2 days, 19 hours, 5 minutes, and 55 seconds. Oh, wow. How many frames does your camera record for the time lapse? I forget what I have it set to, but I can adjust the time once we have it all put together. But the cool thing is they now make 1 terabyte mini SD drives, which makes my cameras just like happy as punch. Okay. Yeah, that's also what I have in my car as well, is the 1 terabyte mini SD cards. They're amazing. Okay. All right, let's do our build. We're gonna, oh wait, yeah, let's see if we can get it in before the, okay, building 10. I'm gonna try to get in before the zombie attack in 30 seconds. 31, 38, 43, 46. 46 people rating. I'll see you guys all on Monday. Have a great weekend. Yeah, I just found out my mower ran over its power cable. Oh, wow, that sucks. Oh, wow. All right. I will see you guys on Monday.